So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got shape video masks. You can use different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape composition here. Just import in.
How do I go back to that? That's lame. And put that up there. I like this one. What do you guys think about that? So that's one.
This video is about the top 10
Sorry, Bobby.
Why truck.
Sorry, Bobby. Not today, Bobby. So that is one of them. That's one of them on Sterling Wheels channel. And so here's the other one. What you guys think? Okay, so that's that one. And
Welcome, guys, to Smart Trucking. This episode is brought to
here's number 2. All right. And so kind of like this one. Got a lot of effects going on. All right, and then that was the third one, and so then we got this one, which I like. That's in Snorlord fashion, I guess. There you go. So, good morning. I'm having a coffee warm up in prelude to Snorlord coming on when he gets a chance. My brother is busy this morning. He's on the BS train handling some lot of business. And that happens sometimes when your business grows and you're a busy dispatching service, right? So, I have consulted him first, and it's okay for me to warm you guys up. He's not sure if he can get on, but he's trying, and he's got to handle business first because that's important. So, I'm going to try to entertain you for a little while we wait. Because if you're like me, you're in deep anticipation every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday of Snorlord's coffee chat show. So I'm waiting and I'm like, it's getting late. I know this means that there's something going on. I'm like, okay. I'm trying to occupy myself while I wait for my truck information. So I'm having coffee. And that music is Snorlord's music, by the way. We had a subscriber suggest that we have some heavier music on the intro because, you know, my little my first one, which is this one. This one, which is my first one that Sterling created. Okay. So there's all the intros. There you see what my selections are. I thought, you know, hey, maybe I'll kind of take a little vote or see what you guys think. Sterling does a fantastic job. I wish I could keep all of him to myself so that I could just have him do my channel. So, but yeah. So thank you, Sterling. Mr. Red Lady, as he's known on this channel. He is responsible for all of those works of arts. So some people might like the heavier one with the flames and all that stuff. And then some people might like my puppy dog and the fun music and all that. So link me in and I'll tell you a story. Oh, fabulous. Okay. Let me link you in here, Sterling. And you can stream this to your own destination, I guess, right? Okay. I'm just going to throw it in the chat. Sterling's going to come in and grace us with his presence. Truman H., good morning. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. Hope that went up there all right. All right, let me say hi's while we wait for Sterling. We got Dar, who's first channel member. Trucking with Old Snapper. Good morning, Old Snapper. RGB, channel member. Good morning. Dar says, I think my phone is messing up because I can't hear anything. Brother. Hold on. Hey. Holy crap, you guys. I'm sorry for those of you who have that turned up on your stereo. Hey. Hey. Nope. 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 No. Dee Dee is taunting them. That's why they're making noise. I might have to put her away, but let's see how this goes. I'm sorry, guys, for the noise. Okay, Dar fixed her issue. Bobby Young is in the house. Good morning, Bobby Young. Sterling. Sterling says sound came back on. We're tinny on the video. Okay. Got that one. Could you show my newest intro too? Yes, I can show your newest intro too. Okay. Erna, good morning. This Trucking Life, good morning. RGB votes for the Happy Puppy and Fun music. And I'm just making Dodie's in the house. Is there an echo?
Is it on my side or yours?
It's since I brought you in.
Well, let me fix my audio real quick.
Okay. Dodie, Umberto, Erna, good morning. Thank you for coming in. Hit the like, everybody, on the way in if you don't mind. And while Sterling's doing that, I'm going to freshen up my coffee. I'll be right back.
All right, kids. I have taken over. Let me know if the audio is okay.
It sounds good.
Is that better?
Yeah, I'm not echoing anymore.
Okay. StreamYard is weird. If I turn off echo cancellation, it does weird things. And then if I turn it on, it does weird things. And we're just in a weird things kind of day.
It is a weird things kind of day.
So I love that you're showing off the intros over there. I've gotten my creative juices flowing again, so I'm making some fun stuff. We're having ourselves a little trucker cafe, a warm up this morning. How's your truck doing? How are you doing?
Okay. First of all, before I say that, I love all of them, and that's why I'm like, okay. Maybe I should just take this to the audience to see what they feel like, right?
Sure.
So, apparently Snorlord already has the problem with the music choice. So, what am I going to do there?
He doesn't like heavy metal. He's more of a classical and reggae. He really likes
it. And so I may need a reggae version. I don't know. Like, there's no pleasing him.
Don't get me started. I will sit here all day editing video if that. Oh my God.
He's so high maintenance, right? Thank God, wife Lord, she's got that department down, because trying to be his friend is like, hey, jeez.
He's good.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Yes,
Art.
of course.
And that's so awesome. And one of these days when I get rich, like I'm going to pay you a hefty salary to just stay on staff and work on stuff like that.
Okay.
Because it makes my life fun. And I think it makes my channel better. And I don't have.
And by the way, my favorite one is the original one with the doggy and the cutesy music.
My daughter feels that way
kinda,
too.
the cutesy trap music.
My daughter feels that way too. She says it captures me because she likes all the little clips pulled out of me talking and doing right. So, and then she said it's just cheery, right? Which is more whatever.
Well, it's everything that I thought of you in a video.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what she's saying. She's like, this one's more you, Mom. Like this other one is kind of like
it's for the boys.
Yeah. And I said, well, we were just having fun. Stop it. Okay.
Put her on camera. She can't be screaming without being on camera. Just grab her, put her on camera.
The other dogs are right here in their crate, and she is free to roam because she's hanging out.
Oh,
and
we have
to have a conversation.
We have jealousy barks.
Well, she wants to play with them, and they want to play with her, but they can't because they're in the crate. Look at how big.
She's getting huge. I remember when you could like hold her in two hands.
Right? Let me put it so we can have some.
Yeah. Thank you, kids, for checking in on Shannon over here, our favorite unicorn. I'm gonna be as loud as I can so you can't hear the dogs. Our favorite unicorn rainbow, Shannon Thomas. What is she doing at home? Has something awful happened to her truck? What's the truck status for us, if you can?
Okay, sorry. I know these dogs. Nina has that awful screaming bark.
Yeah,
it's so bad. I apologize.
Like dog nails on a chalkboard.
Snorlord says his power just went out. Yeah. So I'm sorry, and I love you guys for. I know there's a lot of things you have patience with me for, that I don't have perfect when I stream. So I appreciate you. So that's half the adventure of seeing what I'm going to do next. The truck. Oh, help me, Jesus. It's still in the shop. So it's in there for diagnosis. Day one, they didn't get it in there yet. They may have took a peek at it, and then they put it back out in the lot. Day two, which was yesterday, I must have called every 4 hours trying to find, making sure that we're moving along. So they said they were working with Navistar, trying to figure out how to diagnose it, because this is what they knew yesterday. Everything is working properly, like mechanical wise, but it's not getting cold. I went in there saying, hey, I think you guys just need to charge it with Freon. So the next day it's in there, this is what they tell me. I'm like, okay, I could have been right. He tells me it's a closed system, so they have to come charged as one unit already from the factory. Okay. And so whatever. So they're trying to learn. Now, mind you, this is a 2024 model year truck, 2023 obviously manufactured, and this is the third dealership that is still learning about whatever. I don't understand it.
That's kind of frightening that somebody would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a vehicle and the dealerships that sell it are clueless.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. But the other thing is, they don't change these trucks that much, right? We know this. They make a slight change on whatever.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe they put in a new motor. Then that's major.
The Cascadia came out in 2006. And it's been the same cab ever since. You know, they just change a few things. Look at your old Pete's and
got
stuff.
The same S-bar heater. You got the same thing. Okay. So I'm sitting here like, this has been done in the 2019 LT. Like, it's not like this is a brand new, like, I don't know. Anyway, so they have to work with Navistar to figure out how to further diagnose, because all the parts are working, but but it's not cooling. So that was all day yesterday. They have opened up the case file. They're waiting for Navistar to get back with them to figure out what the next steps are. So I called at the end of the day yesterday. Jeff had called yesterday and he got a response, the same response, like, well, we're still working with the blah, blah, blah. So I call at the end of the day. The lady tells me, she says, well, at this point, we're pretty sure that we're going to have to replace the whole unit. She goes, but we're still working with Navistar to make sure we've hit every step to make sure that that's the right move. Okay.
So, I absolutely, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, because basically you, at the beginning, you said, well, the factory says this is a sealed unit from the factory. They just install it and it works, right? So of course they're going to think, crap, we need to just throw parts at this problem. And it made me worried, because anytime a mechanic says something like that, your vehicle is going to be down for another week.
Well, and so that's okay. So like when Jeff and I, we texted back and forth, and so he's in the same mindset as me. Like, okay, if that's what has to happen, and we're waiting for final, like, an answer, right? The final determination. If that is what has to happen, I am taking my happy little butt down there and I'm getting my truck. If it's going to take a week or whatever, a month or whatever, I'm going to go run some loads until the part comes in. And then I will return for repair, because I am not sitting here waiting for some.
The only advice I would give you is don't return to that dealership. Keep running and get yourself a tri-pack APU. Screw God. International.
That's $14,000 on top of everything else.
Yeah, but look at the fuel savings, look at the wear and tear on the truck, look at the resale value of the truck. The sooner you get that on the truck while the mileage is low, and you'll be able to capitalize on your return on investment.
Understood. My thing is this is getting paid for by me already, and it's under warranty. So I will pay nothing for this product that I'm paying the payment on.
Oh, you're paying. You're
supposed to.
You're paying by not by the downtime.
Agreed.
Yeah, you're paying.
But at some point, I need this is a brand new product. Like, I want it to work like it was purchased supposed to be, right? Yeah. So, at some point I have to I have to get it fixed.
Yes.
And if I'm going to do it, I'm at home right now. And I'm sorry. Nina, I am at least home right now. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're saving the hotels. We're saving like what happened to me in Indiana, which was terrible.
Yeah. So, and now you're getting family time and doggy time. And
yeah, I mean, I've been out for a month. Like I was feeling like, I wanted to come home. Now I'm over being home, bro. Like, like too long already. So I want the determination. So right now I'm waiting for the call. As soon as they find out, A, if that's the final answer, B, if they have to order it, then how long is it going to be to get it? That is the two pieces of information I need today. And I am in limbo until I find that out.
Right.
Because
Jack
I
Jack
gotta go.
Knife just said in the comments there, Shannon, it's starting to get cooler up in the north. Fall is upon us, and I would just stick it on the back burner and schedule it later at the dealership. Yeah, whatever answer you get today, put the truck back on the road.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what I want to do. So we're 3 days in. This is day 3.
Right.
And I feel like it's day 47.
Which is probably the longest you've been home.
Yes. Yes, it is. And so I'm trying to behave myself, and I'm trying to absorb it in, like, okay, when I'm out on the road, I'm dying to have a couple extra days here.
Yeah.
You know. And so
Tell me the truth.
I have that. Now what do I do?
Tell me the truth. Have you been avoiding Ben and Jerry's?
Yes. I did.
Oh,
so
good.
So
I'm glad you said that, because I've been avoiding sodas for the last couple of days. So
I did have ice cream, but I'll tell you, I paid the little money and I got myself some of that Halo Keto ice cream.
it's good. It's
I
good.
did, yes, and I did have that because I was already thinking Ben and Jerry's, but I was like, I'm not going to stay here and get fat. That'll just send me right straight into further depression. So, so I'm trying to stay on my diet.
Good.
And I'm doing okay, but I had some s'mores at the campfire, right? First night I was home, the kids had the bonfire. I made the baby shower, thank God. Shut up. And seriously, like, there's nothing to be barking at each other about. So I made it to the baby shower. It was supposed to be over by 3:00. I made it by 6:00. Everybody was still hanging out there. Thank God. So I didn't feel like a jerk because I was feeling like, And so we did the campfire, and I had some s'mores, and I had 2 cupcakes. Okay, confessions.
I'll sign off on it. It's okay.
Okay, and so it was a chili cook-off. So the chili was okay, right?
Oh, good.
So
Good.
yeah,
Right.
so they had 2 kinds left there. They had cooked like a total of 5 or 6 kinds. There was 2 kinds left by the time I got there, and so one was saucy and hot, and the other one was kind of thick. So I just mixed them together, and that's what I ate. And then I had all that sugar for the dessert because s'mores, it's a thing.
What was the most popular chili? Why did everyone eat which porridge got eaten first?
I don't know, the 3 kinds that there wasn't none left of.
Oh,
Like, you know what I mean? So I got what was left over. And so that's okay with my diet, but the other stuff was not. And usually I do cheat when I come home because the kids are out. We always got some kind of party going on. And
yes.
right. So that was that. And then the next day, which was what? Sunday, we wanted to go out for tacos, right? Or was that yesterday?
I think today is Wednesday.
Sunday we were good. Monday we went out for lunch for tacos and to a local restaurant. So I did have that. And we had dessert there too. So I've been bad. But you just keep going. If you splurge a little bit, you just next day you jump right back on the train. So that's what I do.
Oh yeah. And you've been home and able to exercise and do your stuff, do your things.
Yes. Yep. And so I didn't exercise the first 2 days, but I did some walking. I've done some more yoga than I'm normally able to do because I had the room.
Yes.
Right. So I'm enjoying my space. It's really, I'm bouncing off the walls, you guys. Like I have to move a lot because I'm like, oh my God, I got my business done. I sent, I updated all my accounting stuff. So I got that knocked out of the way. I went down to Secretary of State to try to get my title for my RV. That's been waiting for me to have a day to do that. And so I did that.
Good.
And the only other thing I really need to do is to tow my RV. to get it to the house, but I can't do that because I can't get the ownership papers. Because when I went down there, they were like, this isn't going to work.
Oh,
The
terrible.
reason is because I bought the RV from the son of a deceased man. So when I go to show them the bill of sale and to the title to the Secretary of State, the guy tells me, he says, well, he signed it.
They're worried about it being in probate.
Right. And so he said, either I contact the people to see if there's any other siblings in the family, and they have to write a statement to me, an email saying that this VIN number, this unit, I have no interest in it. I understand it's going to you, blah. If I can produce that, great. If I cannot produce that, then I have to do a
Lost title.
a surety bond.
Yes, a bonded title. Yeah.
And then
Which is what I'm doing on the Poverty Glide right now, my Honda Goldwing. Which Nevada has, because everyone has moved to Nevada from California, our DMV, our Secretary of State, anything with government or politics or anything at all is just blah.
Yeah.
So I know you struggle.
So look, there's no one that's going to, Nina. There's no one that's going to say anything about this because I think he was the only son.
Okay.
There may have been someone else, but nobody wanted nothing to do with it. It sat there for 8 years, whatever. So it's not like anybody's going to make a stink about it. I'm going to have probably more trouble getting these people to give me a little statement like that, maybe, you know?
Right.
I've already tried to contact the phone number that I had. No one's answering me. So all I need to do is get the ownership. I've had it for 2 years.
Right.
So I need to get the ownership papers of some sort that will be acceptable by the towing company, because I have to have a semi-truck tower truck go get it for me and tow it here. I'm going to put $700 to have it towed 7 miles. Shut up. To have it towed 7 miles. It's a ridiculous expense, but I have it sitting up in a city lot that goes up and flat, right?
Okay.
Well, the hot shot guy took it there for us, and we got it up there for the reason of free storage. Okay?
Right.
Getting it down is another story. So I have to have the specialized truck. The fifth wheel RV is 10,000 pounds by itself. My semi truck won't do it because I got too many ground effects and there's
you don't.
Yeah. Right? Look at this dilemma. So I can't have that truck go get it to bring it home unless I can show ownership, and that's this situation. So at least I was able to get down there and get that started, because it was like, I don't want winter to come and then me not get it home.
It ain't gonna happen. Yeah, you're not thinking like a Michigan girl. You need to start asking people around for hey, anyone can move a trailer under the cover of darkness?
No, well, I've already done that. Okay. Listen, don't underestimate me, okay? I've already done that. I spoke to the best person around who has all the connections, and that would be Jeffrey Lake. And so he scoured his resources, and then I told him, I said, you really need to go look at it. So, because of where it is. So he said, yeah, you're not getting that back down with a pickup truck. So that's how we've determined how it needed to be moved, because what's going to happen is it's going to jackknife.
Sure.
And we're either going to damage the man's truck and or the RV some more, because when they got it up there, we're pretty sure there was, he got a dent and my RV got dented getting it up there. So getting it down is even worse. It's just one of this. You try to do stuff for free.
No wonder you like to lock yourself in a semi truck and just make money.
Yeah. So So this is gonna happen. I just gotta stick it out. So being home and having the chance to get to Secretary of State's, which of course I thought that was gonna be great and easy, turns out to be, even more to the story. So I just gotta work it through. But at this point, that's all I can do now. And I think I should just go down there and get the surety bond. So let me ask you this. If you've done this
yes, there are companies that'll actually do that for you, title services. And they'll do the surety bond and everything. I'm not sure about Michigan, but I know in other
Well, they
states.
do it right there at the Secretary of State.
Oh, then that's well, like I was saying, there's companies that'll basically you hand what paperwork you have, tell them what you need done, and they handle it from soup to nuts.
I literally have the death certificate of both of the owners, both of them.
Okay.
I got the power of attorney. I got the release of lien from the bank.
Right.
Right. And then I've got the title and I've got the receipt of sale. Right. And so what he did was the son who has power, who was on the power of attorney,
okay,
signed the title in the owner's names.
Okay.
Who are deceased. And then he signed his own name to the bill of sale.
Okay.
So the Secretary of State says that power of attorney is no longer valid because they are passed. It's only valid while the people are alive. So that's why in their eyes, it's kind of in probate when it's probably not.
Yes.
So we have to handle it as if it were in probate.
So can the son just, notarize statement saying, yes, I did this. These were my parents.
Yes, that's what they're asking, but they want to make sure that I have gotten a statement saying that from all siblings, which would mean him and his sister. I think he has a sister.
Right.
Right.
Do they even know how many siblings there are? Can he just write one statement and say, this is mine, and ta-da, we're done?
I think the time, I don't know if they verify it by any means or try to send a letter, and I don't know. I don't know if that would be any different than what they're going to do on the surety bond, because don't they investigate it on the surety bond?
Yes. Yeah, they do a title search. The same kind of title search like a cop would do, run the VIN number.
And so how long does that take till they just clear me out? Because what they're going to do is they're going to try to attempt to send a letter probably or some kind of notification to the people who they have listed as next of kin to these people, I'm assuming.
Right.
And try to get, or they just send them a notice and say, hey, here's the letter. We're sending to you. If you have any problems, you got 30 days to get back to us, right?
Yeah.
And then if nobody responds, then they go ahead and clear my title.
Yeah. Oh man, Shannon.
I know, right?
This makes me want to get into a semi truck and just leave.
I know. You just want to run away and stick your head in the sand.
I know you've been ignoring the comments, but I have a wicked story to tell you.
Okay, can I run through comments real quick so we're just fair to everybody? Okay. We got Erna in here. Umberto. He says, I think is yours stealing. I love
he uses talk to text a lot.
Going to drive 4 hours more and wish me luck to get unloaded today. Good luck, Umberto. Snorlord's Power says it just went out. Tolga is in the house. Good morning. And Jackknife, thanks for coming in, Jackknife. He says, yeah, screw it and get out there. Okay. I'm with you. We're gonna. This is the last day. Like, I got to get a determination today.
Yes.
And Truman says, may I ask why you bought an International? Because it has the best warranty that you could possibly imagine, and it was available. And so it was very hard to get new.
It was a very limited market when Jeff bought that truck. Yeah.
And I think it is. I mean, I still think it's hard for you to go get a brand new truck out there, right? You still got to order it or something. I don't know if there's a lot of inventory. I'm talking about brand new ones, right?
Yeah.
So the warranty is just absolutely
2 to 3 year old trucks have flooded the market right now. So like Premier Freightliner and stuff here on the West Coast, you can get a beautiful Freightliner. They cost way too much money, but there's plenty of on the market if you want a 2 to 3 year old truck.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, there's plenty out there. Like I've been watching prices. Like I'm just like waiting and watching, right?
Oh, it's just like the real estate market, supply and
Yeah.
demand.
Yeah, I'm waiting for everything to freaking crash and burn, and then it's buy time. Dodie says, Shannon, don't be surprised if it takes you all week. I just paid $8,000 and they replaced everything, which cost me a lot. Almost lost friends like Sterling. I hope we're still friends.
Oh, Dodie's a sweetheart.
Russell Freight Services is in the house saying good morning, or what's up, everyone. Okay, that was it. We had just a short. So thank you guys for coming in. Please hit the like if you haven't already. And we are about to enjoy a story with Uncle Sterling. So snuggle in.
Yes.
Everybody gather around.
Lean in. Pull down that comment so we can see our names.
Oh, I'm sorry. Southbound Pachyderm just popped in. Welcome, Southbound Pachyderm. The weather is cooling down now. Just get it running and repaired at a more opportune time.
I've always loved that name because that's one of my favorite Primus songs, and it's the only one I can play on bass guitar.
Oh, it's a song?
Yes.
It's a song title? Okay.
Yeah. So yesterday, I've got a few days off so I can actually live and be a trucker. And I don't own a truck anymore, so my boss fixes things and I still get paid,
which is awesome.
Walked into the garage and my boss calls, and I'm thinking, great, what's going on? And he's like, hey, just want to let you know, there's been an issue with your truck. And I had reported, like, my left front steer tire's got a little bit of wobble in it, and I was like, if you guys just want to turn it around on the rim, I'm totally cool with it. You don't have to replace it. So I was like, oh man, is it the tire? Oh, I forgot to top off the washer fluid. I'm thinking about all the stupid crap I did as I hobbled out of the truck and ran home as fast as I could,
Yeah.
And he goes, no, it's something worse. It's not good times. I was like, okay, what's going on? It says, we had to use your truck. It got sent to Portland, and just north of Klamath Falls, the driver began coughing. And he had a coughing attack, passed out behind the wheel, clipped a guardrail, and destroyed the truck. He literally coughed himself into a fainting attack. His eyes were open the entire time, and you see the truck drift, and then, bam. And from what I hear, the truck isn't completely totaled. It will be able to be fixed. And of course, I offered my services yesterday to go retrieve the truck and all that. So it's going to be in the shop for a little bit, and I get a substitute truck. So I have to suffer in a truck with an automated transmission. The driver is okay, but the worst thing about it is we've probably lost a pretty good employee because Right Arrow Trucking don't take kindly to people that have incidents.
Wow.
So I loved that truck. And
I know. That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm just like, my heart.
And you got to keep in mind, we've got some scheduled days off towards the end of the month. Red Lady and I are going down to Pismo to literally sit on the beach. We are leaving phones and we're just going to sit on the beach. The first week of October is fall break for my daughter, and there's a chance that I might have the entire week with her. And I asked for that week off, and now that we've lost an employee, that might not happen. So I'm a little upset, but I'm also like, thank God somebody didn't die. It was just an incident, and trucks can be fixed, and hopefully the guy gets to see a doctor and find out, why he coughs with his eyes open and passes out.
Well, from where I come from, there's only one reason for that, and that's some really good stuff.
No,
I mean,
no, he's typical truck driver, experienced truck driver. A little overweight. Male, overweight, typical truck driver. Kind of a quiet dude. I've only met him once. He seemed like he was all right. but we have to worry about our health out here because minor stupid little things like that and your career, it could quite often be completely done.
Yeah, that's why I want to be a big a big cheerleader about don't eat while you drive, because you can get that chicken wing right down in there while
Yes.
you're driving, and that could happen.
Let
And
me
you
tell you a little secret about me that nobody knows about. I participate in something in motorcycling called the Iron Butt Rally. Basically, you ride as far as you can within a certain amount of hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours. And I read a book about doing it, and that's kind of what got me into motorcycling. And they say never eat beef jerky while you're riding a motorcycle, because if you choke, you're screwed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And well, in trucking, like that could happen because we get excited. People
Speaking
pull
of
out in front of us, and you
speaking
go
of,
right. It startles you. You're
oh yeah,
shooting a Twinkie. You get something, and I mean, it could go down the wrong pipe, and then you're coughing hysterically, like our
speaking
friend.
of choking hazards, my daughter a few days ago,
Mm.
I get a picture from the ER. She's sitting in bed, and I'm like, great, what happened?
Oh God.
Those cheap water bottles that you get from Costco that have the little small, little twisty top lid on them.
Yeah.
She swallowed one, and it scraped her esophagus the entire way down. She didn't choke out, but it was a paramedic ride to the hospital and a whole bunch of stuff. And they basically told her, well, it's small enough that you can pass it. And they sent her home 12 hours later.
Wait a minute. Let's go over this lid again. What kind of lid was it?
The cheap Costco waters where like the lid is, it's not a sports bottle lid. It's just a twist lid.
Oh no,
It's that little thin.
that's too big to swallow.
That's kind of what I thought, but
And then to pass it, can you imagine? Woo! That's not good.
I've swallowed a penny before, not recently. I'm not that kind of guy, but yeah, passing was quite difficult.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, I take fish oil pills, right? And they're rather
Those
large
those
ones.
force pills.
Yeah, like that's rough.
You need a fork and a knife with that pill.
I can't imagine a whole cap, right?
Yeah, it's the smaller one. It's like they're only about half inch, in diameter. The small, cheap little.
They're still too big to like. I don't want to imagine trying to swallow that or pass it out the other side. Like that's gonna hurt. She's gonna be squealing on that one. That's gonna hurt.
But she's okay. She's passed it. So
wow. Well, okay.
Kids, they try to kill themselves and they just bounce right back.
Yeah. Hey, look, how else did I get here? I survived a lot of stuff.
Yeah. My adventure.
And test the limits, adventure out, like, see how far I could get, what I could get away with, that kind of person. So I'm lucky to be here like on so many levels.
My adventures, that guy has an awesome story.
He does. Like I am so like I'm grateful that, man, I'll tell you what. I'll straight up. And Chris, I wish you would come on because I keep inviting you on here. But when he said, I thought he was done. Like I'm like, he's done. Like he can't even take a chance. Like, oh my God. Well, next thing you know, he's riding again. He's out there on the trails again. And I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like,
So tell the kids, what was his medical procedure that scared the shit out of all of us. Sorry.
Okay. So Chris, God dang it. Are you driving? Because if you're not,
he's either driving or exercising or eating healthy.
Yes. So, which that's great. So, so I'm going to say it wrong, but he had like, his heart was, I believe it was blockage. Correct me if I'm wrong, if Sterling. I don't always get every detail right, but he had a very serious heart situation. And his heart was very, very blocked, where like he shouldn't have even been alive. And he was only having a little bit of chest pain, and he rides like all the time. He rides his bike. Like he does not play. Okay. He does things that we would die if we tried it today. So he had no idea anything was really wrong and lives a healthy lifestyle. Well, that happened. And so they had to do like 10 surgeries or something like that.
Mm.
And obviously he was out of the truck. And so he spent some months like recovering and then going back in for this surgery and that surgery. And so finally they got it done. And I swear it was like 2 weeks later. He's like, yeah, I just rode 5 miles today, blah, blah, blah. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't think he was ever going to get back to driving again. And not to be negative.
No, but statistically, we all know people that have had heart attacks or some kind of issue, and they're done.
Yeah. And so not only did he get back on his bike and hit the trails again, but he is back driving like a freaking champion, like nothing ever happened.
Yeah.
And he's a flatbetter, you guys. So that's my adventures channel, by the way. Go over there. I mean, he was already having an amazing channel, but then he went through this trial and shared it. And oh my goodness, talk about a miracle.
He shared a video about a week ago where he had some awesome drone footage where he was like restrapping his load. We're supposed to check when we're doing flatbed, we're supposed to check our loads, at the truck stop or whatever. He was on top of that load, tarped, with the drone flying above him. And I thought that was the coolest friggin' thing.
Yeah, he's mastered his little drone footage, on the bike, on the truck. Like, so that's what I love his channel, because I like to actually see the work that they do, like how to do it and stuff. So I've always told him, like, I love to see, he does a great job of filming the actual work of strapping and tarping a load and all of that stuff.
Right.
And he's great, like you, at the whole media drone camera thing. You guys are great. Like,
I filmed a bunch yesterday and all the footage was crap. So I got to do it again.
Hey, it's okay. They'll try to support you anyways. Nobody judges your stuff. It is great because you're great at it, but look at me, like everybody that's here.
It's a lot of work, and I can look back on there's like over 700 videos on my channel, and to see my improvement over the years has been awesome.
I hope to be there one day, because I literally have, my daughter got me the Hero 4 GoPro, right? So I do have that. I did mess around with it. I have so much footage that I haven't even done anything with. And so now I'm daunted and overwhelmed. Like, okay, so now I have to find the time to go back through all that and then pick and cut and all that. I'm like,
no, when I get that way, I just delete it. That way it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
The world is think of it in an abundance mentality. Though there's plenty of stuff out there to film. There's plenty of topics out there. It's, just delete it, start over.
Look at this comment by Old School New School. He says, kids swallow quarters all the time, but if she crafts out 2 dimes and a nickel. WCM Invader says, my favorite female.
When your daughter becomes Coinstar.
Right. How are you doing? Put away my truck in the shop as well as for same issue, since I couldn't fix the trailer ABS.
Yes,
okay.
He was having a trailer ABS issue. It had blown a fuse earlier in the week, which leads me to believe there is a wiring issue in addition to whatever the ABS issue. So it's probably smart to put the trailer in the shop and just have them trace all the wires, because rolling down the roads and all that stuff, wiring looms and stuff go bad. So I think it's going to be a wiring issue that winds up being his issue. Anytime you blow a fuse, there's a wiring issue somewhere.
Okay. So yeah, they were telling me like they were hoping it was just they would find out that it's just a fuse in the thing or maybe a bad wire or something like that. But
Sure.
according to what they're saying today, everything appears to be perfect. It's just not cooling. So he said he thought if it, let's just say from the this is what the example they gave me. Let's just say from the factory it wasn't quite filled up all the way with Freon like it should have been, and then we tried to use it, and that would cause it to damage the unit. That's what they think.
So they're saying they can't service it then. It has to be serviced at the factory.
They're trying to figure, from what I understand, they're trying to figure out with Navistar how to diag it thoroughly, make sure they hit every base before they determine they just have to rip the whole thing out and replace it. So they've done what they know how to do according to his knowledge. Very knowledgeable guy, by the way, but according to his knowledge, he has physically checked everything that he could possibly think of, and it all looks perfect, he said. So from the unit to the control panel is now where they're trying to see if it's something there, which doesn't make sense to me because that's working fine. All the fans, I got power fan all day long. Like the controls are working. So I don't think that's it. So they're just going to throw in the whole thing and say, well, we can't figure it out. So we're just going to rip the whole thing out and put a new one in. That's what I feel like is being said right now.
It is. Yeah.
Like, please don't. Like, this should not be this difficult. I was hoping I could just go in there. They could hook up some Freon.
It's why I'm not a mechanic anymore. Things have been made way too complicated.
I just wanted them to recharge it and I would have been on my way.
Yes.
I would have loved if they said, oh yeah, it's this fuse. And maybe they still will, right? Maybe they're at
Yeah.
But I don't know. Either way, I got to get rolling. I've been here 3 days. That's super long. I at least got to go catch up my truck payment before I stop again. So if they're going to take 4 to 5 to 7 days to order that part, I'm going to go get my truck today. We're going to go make some money. I'm going to catch everything up. And then we'll stop back by when they tell me the part's in and they're ready to rock.
Yeah.
Because that way I can have an appointment, and save time. Jackknife says, LOL, last time I allowed my drone to do its thing, I get back in the truck and I hear the remote beeping. Damn thing was like 2,000 feet up in the air, never again. And that was a Mini Pro 3.
Yeah, the drones, you can program them to do certain shots automatically, like cinematic rotating shots and rocket shots and stuff. And if you don't program it right, you can lose your drone pretty easy.
And that's expensive, right?
Yeah, that's like $800 just flying away from you in the middle of the sky.
Oh my gosh. So does that follow you? I meant to ask you this before.
The Mini Pro 3 can do target following. Mine's not the Pro version. So I have to do it manually. So if you ever see me doing a following shot, that's usually Red Lady driving and I'm sitting in the passenger seat running the drone.
Okay. But because it seems like I've seen drone footage where it's like these people are driving and the drone is obviously flying like 400 feet in the air, right?
Yeah.
Those are my favorite shots. Like, I'm like, that is so cool. So there must be a follow feature because I think Nevada Trucking and Trails did some shots like that where they were driving down the road.
Yeah.
And I was like, how do they do that?
Yeah. Some of them have automatic, like target. It'll target on you. You basically, you control it like almost like a cell phone with a big screen. You just draw a square around what you want tracked and the drone will follow it.
That's awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
so WCF Invader says, Sterling, the problem with mine and Shannon's EPU is that the manufacturer doesn't make the product.
That's right.
It's a third party. Oh, yeah, they did say Eaton. They did say something about Eaton. And so
EPU.
Eaton, but they said they handled the electronics, right, that control the unit. So I'm not really sure if Eaton is the air conditioning unit, but they're oh God, you know what I'm saying. Probably everybody's been through this before. And I've been like, when it's chasing something, it's the same thing. It's just, you're sitting here
It
like,
is. Yeah.
Okay. So WCF Invader, you are turning yours in. So you're going to park for a minute and let him figure it out. And are you having the same problem as I am?
He's got an idle air, the Freightliner version of it, and which is non-serviceable as well. Every mechanic that I've talked to about it says, just get rid of it. Rip it out of your truck. If you own your truck, just rip it out, and you're better off cutting a hole in the back of the cab and putting a Walmart air conditioner and a generator.
Really?
Yeah. No, everything today is throwaway. They want you to throw it away, trade it in, get more financing. Yay, America.
It's just
That's why I'm not a mechanic anymore, Shannon. I'm not allowed to fix
it's
things.
brand new, man. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? We've only had it since April.
And honestly, on your end, it was a quality control issue, because that should have been tested at the factory. It also should have been tested at the dealership as part of their pre-delivery inspection, their PDI. That should have been verified that was working. It's kind of easy to overpass that, because a lot of those units are designed to supplement the air conditioning in your truck, not just, laying in the sleeper, just turn it on and it's poof, it's cold, or poof, it's warm.
Well, and that's what the first two dealerships told me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Run your air conditioning as cold as you can.
Like,
yeah. Because it's supposed to supplement the system. So,
but we verified this, because this was a feature that we talked about on the video. Like, hey, this truck is great. It's got this, it's got that, it's got everything.
And that was probably a $6,000 option.
Probably, but the point was that I had it, right? So I'm like, oh, I got an EPU, but I got it. Like, that's gonna be great, because in my Freightliner I was dying all the time. Like, I'm thrilled about it. Jeff's thrilled about it. It's all good. And then, so here's these dealerships that don't know anything about these new trucks, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy. Like, they don't put air conditioners in those. Those are recirculating fans and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting here like, okay, maybe I'm stupid, or maybe the salesman was saying something, whatever. Well, then later on, I actually look at it and I'm like, isn't this a condenser for an air conditioner?
Yeah.
Like, the parts are there. I'm looking at them now and I'm like, okay, let's try this again.
You probably have a stack of manuals in that truck anyway.
I do. And so then when this all leads to when I come home this time, then Jeff stops over and I'm like, okay, just to make sure I'm not stupid and I'm not calling something it might not be, because I'm pretty
trust
sure
me, I've brought stuff to mechanics before, and it's like, well, why didn't you press this button?
Yeah. So I get Jeff, right? I get Jeff to look at it with me. I said, come around with me. Let's look at this. And you tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. And he said, yeah, that's the air conditioning unit. He said the heater part is on the other side, and this is that. Well, Jeff knows what he bought. He's like, he's been clear 100% the whole time. I'm the one that has to make it complicated. So, and these dealerships telling me whatever, right? So I'm like, okay, now that we're sure that we're on the same page, I'm taking it in. because it makes no sense for me to try to take it out somewhere and go through all this somewhere else and then not be home and all of that. So I'm okay financially to handle whatever this is going to entail. That is not the source of my stress, my friends. I know everybody's like, screw it, get back out there. I'm okay like that. I'm just mentally trying to struggle through this. Like, I'm home too many days. Like, that's the white line fever, right?
It is.
That's my struggle, and that's stupid. Like, I'm trying to
The
like.
more experienced you get in trucking, you realize how many weeks is it going to take to recover from how many days I've taken off.
Right. And so I would like to have the truck back today, though, right? Because now I'm a couple days in on my truck payment when I haven't created any revenue, and all upfrontness right here. So
Yeah.
I'm like, there is that. I'm fortunate to not have any bills because the few bills I did have for the month has already been taken care of. So I'm good there. It's just the truck, right? And the business.
We're
right?
already halfway through the month, by the way.
Yeah, and so I'm okay. I got groceries while I was here. The truck is stocked full, ready to go out for another 4 weeks or whatever. Like, everything's ready to rock, and I'm good. But I'm not willing to sit here for a week and be like, "Oh, yay, I got a week at home." No, like, like, no. I'll go get the truck, and we will set an appointment when the part's in. They can call me. I'll swing back around. They pop it in, and it's right, and we make this as profitable as we can.
Yeah.
So that is my plan, and that's my urgency, is just because I'm sitting here like I'm not used to. Now that my kids are grown, you guys, I'm a mom. Like, I got severe empty nest syndrome, apparently, and that's why I went trucking, because I had to find something to do with myself.
Well, that's the thing. Either you get into trucking or you buy a motorcycle or heavy drug use.
Yeah, or you shack up with somebody and do whatever they're doing. Like, that's not an option. I'm not doing that. Like, so I'm free to be me and explore what that means. But to be honest, like, I am, when I'm home and we get our family time out of the way and everybody goes back about their lives and whatever, like, I get back to that place, like
it's that quiet without the sound of a diesel rumbling.
Yeah, and my purpose is gone, right? So I'm like, my kids don't need me here, and
yeah, they're all grown up.
They'll tell you when I'm out on the road they need me to babysit, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not, so
but here's grandma's revenge. You spoil those grandchildren so much. Kool-Aid and gummy bears every time you see those grandkids.
Well, that's my mom's situation, because I'm an anti-sugar, right? So I won't give it. And if I
your mom, she's a cake maker.
Yeah, my mom is unruly as all get out. Like, she is spoil them all, bring them presents every time she shows up, and so they expect it.
Right. But the reason behind that is so she doesn't get asked to babysit more. So that's the reasoning behind that.
Well, yeah. So that works. I'm the bad.
A Ziploc bag, fill it full of glitter and confetti and gummy bears, and just hand it to the kids and say, "Run through the kitchen."
Yeah, like, I'm the play with them and do stuff with them. And if I see them with candy, like, I try to steal it from them and throw it away.
Oh, no, you're doing it wrong.
And so my mom will show up with stuff, and then I'll go back and, like, try to, as soon as they sit it down and forget about it, like, I get rid of it.
Right.
And so, like, to protect their M&Ms for me, because I'm going to take them. But it's like, after that, and I'm here, and there's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm feeling it, and that freaks me out. And so I'm trying to learn how to cope with it,
Sure.
because it's kind of sick, because it's like, Shannon, you should be totally, like, relaxed at home and all this. I look at myself feeling like this. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with me? Am I like that bad of a workaholic? Like that I
Yeah.
can't even cope with sitting at home for a few days?
Yeah, and a little bit of advice: the first load that you take, do a shorty, because you're not
Oh
going to
yeah,
be
I
able to
got
sleep.
to. I
You're
got
not
to
going to be able to
because
sleep and get back into the schedule and stuff. Do a couple of shorties before you really get back into the groove of things.
that's how I usually come out, especially if I have to recover from something, because that's the higher profitability and I still have a half a tank of fuel. And so I'm going to go ahead and capitalize on that. And that's, if anybody doesn't know that strategy, probably the best when you come out the house. You run a couple of shorties, get some really high profit percentages on the first couple loads out if you can. And then you can start to go back to per day, but that's just
But most important, get back on your rhythm, your circadian
right,
rhythm,
right. And so that's what I do. And that's kind of what I'm anxious. Like I know I'm in Michigan. This is a great freight market and they pay really good up here. So I'll run a couple of loads, and if they call me in 3 days and tell me the parts in, I can just pop right back home and I'm okay.
I
So
wouldn't. I'd run
yeah.
for a month. I'd run for a month before coming back, because you don't know
Oh,
how long the truck's going to be down for them to install parts.
oh God. Yeah. I guess that's the other thing. Would you catch us up on comments so I can run to the potty real fast?
Sure. I can't highlight them though, but
That's okay. Just read them.
read.
Oh, wait. What did I do? Hold
You
on.
probably want to put me there.
There you go. There you go.
I'm going to back up. Jackknife TV is in the house. Let's see here. Hope you kids are doing okay today. Hanging out with Shannon over here. Let's see. Yeah, well, we'll start with Jackknife here. Well, it sounds like the manufacturer may have never put PAG oil in the system when they sent it out, and it probably seized the compressor. Sometimes that happens. Manufacturers screw up. They're supposed to put oil along with the Freon in an air conditioning system. WCF Invaders, the second comment. Bergstrom is the manufacturer for both of ours. The Freightliner dealership in St. Louis said it can be parted out. If that's not the case, they're getting an earful. Really? Okay. Jackknife TV, either that or I remember the ProStars having a lot of problems with the thermostat being bad, and it wouldn't allow the AC to kick on. That's another thing. But that's dealership stuff. Looking at that, Southbound Pachyderm, Freightliner in Phoenix, which is an awesome dealership, one of my favorite Freightliner dealerships in America, will service and fix the HVAC system on the EPU. The best HVAC technicians I have ever met are from Phoenix, Arizona. So if you need your AC fixed, go to where they always use AC like year round, right? Jackknife TV, with a personal, he's getting a little personal here. Hey, why does a $200,000 truck go through 6 injectors and a def quality sensor in less than 40,000 miles? Not to mention all the rattling trim pieces. Because you didn't buy a Porsche instead of a semi truck. I got to drive brand new pack cars last year, and I was not impressed. The quality, the build quality and stuff. Yeah, I looked cool. I had a cool truck. It was fancy, but the truck was constantly breaking down, rattles, and just quality control. I felt like I was driving a 10-year-old Saturn. I think Saturns are 20 years old now, but yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh.
Humberto, the trucking guy, saying mechanics these days don't know anything. That's true. Well, the industry has gone away from mechanics. A mechanic is a guy that basically learns as much as he can while he's under employment of somebody else, and then opens his own shop. Because all we have nowadays is technicians. They plug a computer into your vehicle. The computer says, this is the list of problems that could be the issue. Replace all these parts and you're good to go. Maybe.
Yeah. So they give you a checklist and you you at least have some knowledge
Trust me,
too.
it's fun to use, Shannon, when you, as a mechanic, when you can plug in a scan tool and it says, coolant temperature sensor is bad. It's fun to say, yeah, I could just replace the coolant temperature sensor, but maybe what's causing that issue? Why did the coolant temperature sensor go bad and stuff? A mechanic would have that thinking rather than just say, okay, just replace the sensor and let it go.
Right. That's the difference, right? And so, yeah, and it's like they're getting away. What I think is they're getting away with this technician, this process, right? Not having the guys that have that.
No, it's
view,
cheaper because a
they charge them
mechanic.
less.
A mechanic like me, when I had all my ASC certifications and stuff, I was a $80,000 to $110,000 employee. Technicians are $17 an hour.
Yeah.
Right out of Jiffy Lube.
And so, but what I'm seeing, like even at the dealership in Colorado that I was at, like I was talking to the manager and she was sharing with me how their pay structure is because she was telling me that like they hate doing warranty work. And I was like, why? And she said, well, their pay structure is like this, right? Like, so they make this crap hourly rate. And then if they want to make extra, then they got to like do all this creative stuff for the productivity, right? And then get so many orders and whatever. Like, so, if they're just going to go to work and work their hourly stuff, their pay sucks. Like they have to either bang out jobs or whatever to get any extra money. And even then, I don't feel like if the guys are really good and they're real mechanics, like they're worth $35-$40 an hour.
Oh yeah.
I think. Like how, and then they wonder why they don't have mechanics because they're jacking them around. Like that is a skilled trade, like it always has been.
And another thing about it is mechanics age out of the system quickly. Banging up your knuckles all the time, stooping over fenders. It's tough on the body. A mechanic in his 40s or 50s is, well on his way out of the industry.
Oh man, I couldn't imagine I couldn't imagine doing that. I'm like, oh, I gotta crawl under this.
Oh, Shannon, when I roll off the creeper after working on one of my cars, I sound like an old folks' home in an earthquake.
You're like, oh, like you're going to the bathroom, like, yeah. No, I know. Like that's why. I mean, even just life, like I'm telling you, like I really try to stretch a lot more because when I catch myself making noises because I'm moving or getting off
the couch,
it's time to like work your flexibility because you should at least be able to move and get your butt up out of a chair.
Yeah.
When that starts to become difficult, guys, like warning, you need to work those muscles and get stronger. Jackknife has badly translated manual and schematics and figure out that the heater circuit ground is going bad in the ECM when you try to explain back to the engineers and they don't believe you. Yeah.
As a mechanic in a previous life, I absolutely hate engineers. The joke is an engineer will crawl over 100 naked women to F a mechanic. They purposely engineer stuff so it's so difficult to service things.
Well, let me tell you this. My background, I worked in automotive engineering, okay, with them guys. Okay. I worked in electrical engineering at Chrysler. We did the Jeeps, we did the Hummers at GM, right? I worked with those engineers as well.
You worked for Delco?
No, I worked for Chrysler, Fiat. Okay. I worked for General Motors. And so when I worked at General Motors was when the gigantic layoff happened and they had 28,000 master's degree engineers laid off, right? I was there. So I survived 3 rounds of that because I was connected with the right people there. But then by the 4th round, they were cutting heads. Like, I had to go. So that was the end of GM. And then I went on later. I worked some jobs in between. And then an opportunity came up at Chrysler. And so with my background at GM, that helped me get the job at Chrysler. And so then I was working in electrical engineering with those guys that do the Jeeps and stuff like that. So if you wonder why especially Jeeps are known for electrical issues eventually, right? I agree with you, Sterling. Them guys are the smartest. They've got PhDs, doctorates, all this stuff, and they're working for managers, corporate managers. They don't like it, and they're way smarter. They can hack the world, and these managers will never know it. And so they find pride in knowing that about themselves. And, and they're angry people. They wake up every day and they want to blow their brains out, but they don't. They keep going to work, which I don't understand that. But yeah, very angry people, very mistreated professionals. And so that carefully gets communicated through their products.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I had to get out of there because I was starting to like not want to go to work every day because these guys are so miserable and it's so depressing and the whole thing is just a really bad work environment. So
well, that and you're talking about cubicle type work too, so that bad attitude just multiplies and bounces off the walls and ceilings and
man, yeah. And the sad part is that these guys make money, but then they live lifestyles according to that money. So now they have to be treated. They have to take that because they have to support their lifestyles and their families. And so they come in very angry, unhappy, very high strung. Like I had to be careful how I approached them because, so it was a great thing that I'm good with people and I'm good with, angry people and I'm good with
in the trucking industry. How quickly do you recognize somebody absolutely hates their friggin' job?
Oh, almost instantly. I mean, it only takes me like a minute to have to
you don't even have to make eye contact with them. You feel it.
Yeah. I mean, if I can't feel it, by the time I'm talking with them, I feel it through how they're talking. Right. Or they may make a comment, right? Because we see people on YouTube. It's by what they say. It's like, God, he really just hates his life. And some people hate their life and don't admit that they hate their life, or keep trying to do this thing.
Like us normal people.
But you hate it. Like, don't.
Yeah. Be like us normal
that you love.
You could tell Shannon hates everything about her life, but she don't wear it on her sleeve.
I think my disease is that I love what I do so much now, because when I was there, like back in those days, I hated it. I hated my life. I was going to a cubicle, dude. If I look at one more gray, soft walled cube and I'm sitting at a desk there, I will probably freak out. Yeah. I can't do that anymore. I'm okay to be in my little box in my cab. Like I'm in paradise. It is not a cubicle. Like,
no, it's a corner office.
Oh it's the corner office with the windows in it. Right. So that makes all the difference in the world. And I'm not under that iron fist, I'm under my own iron fist. And so I drive me and I do that, but I'm still loving it so much,
and CB talk and cell phone talk beats water cooler talk 100%.
Oh my God, is it toxic in there?
Yeah.
That's what makes that, that show, The Office.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the movie,
which is more Office Space. That was practically a documentary. Yeah.
Dude, they captured just how amazing they captured the reality of that's what it is every single day. I was shocked. But and then even The Office, the TV show, like they put comedy to it, but those are the little tiny things that make no difference that become so magnified. That's your day, right?
Yeah.
Eventually I just couldn't see people be unhappy anymore because it was killing me.
And
And
at the end of your life, what do you accomplish working in a cubicle all the time? Like what's on your tombstone when you die after that? You know, your lies employee of the decade.
yeah, and I mean, I guess in that industry, those guys are working. Some of them actually are. I mean, when you're an engineer, you're a certain type of animal, first of all.
Are you
And
saying that everybody's working for the weekend?
yeah, if they get one. But it's like some of them work to be in management eventually one day.
Yeah.
And then some of them are old school, right? And they're just trying to get to retirement. So F it.
Yeah.
And then the other guys are like, you got some diehard, like they love what they do and they want to build the next amazing whatever, right?
I love those people.
Yeah, because that's the passion. You know what I mean? And I came into it thinking like, oh my God, I'm in the best. This is the best job ever. Like, look what I get to. And it was great because look what I got to experience. I got to see the Hummer come out, the H3, the H2 come out from blueprint to manufacture, right? I got to see the process. I got to work with those guys. I got to be in front of big executives and globally video conferencing meetings and set up engineering conferences, and we all went to these fancy hotels. Like I got to do so much there and I learned so much, and that was awesome. But
It's like being part of the space program or something, you know?
it felt like it to me because I'm like, oh my God, like I wish like the best of the best of the best, right? And I'm important to them, right? So that part was the best. But and that was at GM, different work culture. Totally. From GM to Chrysler, one is like heaven and one is like hell. And so,
Oh, Chrysler's always had an identity crisis.
well, so when I was there, they were Daimler, and then that's when Fiat bought them. So now they're an Italian owned company, and everybody's pissed off about that. And then the management changes, and everybody's pissed off about that. So
Now
I'm
it's
like, get the hell out of here.
Stellantis.
Yeah. So if you're wondering why I'm so elated to be in trucking and be out from underneath of those kinds of chains and bring my skills and everything that I've acquired along the way and apply it to something of this nature. If you can imagine in your mind how freeing this has been for me, and building something and having time because my kids are grown to be free in life. And that's what this is about for me. That's why I'm such a goony goo goo about being
Right.
happy every day because I've been delivered from the ball and chain of life, I guess, that grind, and this has been so much fun.
Pull down that comments per second so we can see our names.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What would be your advice for somebody in the trucking industry, a truck driver, anybody out here, maybe somebody new or something? What would be your advice to somebody if they hate their job in the trucking industry? If they feel trapped or they absolutely hate what they're doing as a truck driver, what's your
Well, I threw it in earlier. Like, stop it. This isn't just for truckers. And I say this from experience because this is one thing that I've learned, and I'm so passionate about it that I tell my kids because I was there. Okay, I remember crying because I had to commute from here to there. I had to go through traffic. There were days I would cry on the way to work because I had to go, because I had 3 little girls that I was responsible for. And no matter how much I hated it, I had to go. I remember those days where I was crying on the way to work and I was crying on the way home, trying to get myself together before I got into the door for my girls or pick them up from the babysitter, right? I remember thinking, there is no amount of prestige, because I worked in this world headquarters where we had in the cafeteria sushi chefs and handmade everything at your disposal. And it was the most elegant thing you could imagine for a work cafeteria. I worked with very successful people who made a lot of money and did things on the global scale. Big glass building. I had a beautiful little office cubicle. I had escalators and all kinds of fun events that work like every day. And they had a gym downstairs. Like, I felt like that would be the greatest work environment I could have, and probably what I ever dreamed of. I had made it there. And so for me to feel like I learned in that lesson, like, that's not everything. Money isn't everything. Because at that point I was so low, like I finally figured out that for life, for my happiness, that there is no amount of money that's worth getting up and doing a job that you hate every day. And I tell my kids this. So I don't care if one decides to be a ship shopper. I don't care if one wants to go do gigantic things. As long as they are happy, I will support them, because they're doing their best at whatever they're doing and they're being happy, because it's not about money. I was miserable. And so I will tell anybody about life. Do not do something that you wake up every day and you want to put a gun to your head and kill yourself. Like, if you're that unhappy in what you're doing, or you're just you realize you're an angry, miserable person because you're like, life sucks and whatever. Why are you not living your best life when you can, especially in the world today? You can do anything you put your heart out to do. And so I would tell anybody that if you are getting up doing something that you hate every day, I don't care what it is, you probably need to be honest with yourself and say, why am I not doing what I love? Sometimes it's because, okay, for instance, I can't be a farmer. That's where my heart's at, because I can't make money at it. At least not without stopping everything I'm doing and, going into that. But it takes a lot, right? I should have started that a long, long time ago. I can't stay home and just garden my little butt off and be happy little me, because it doesn't pay the bills. I could probably do that now and live off my kids if I wanted to really do that. But, so I understand, like, you can't, like, Fate likes to go fishing and Fate likes to go play hockey and you like to ride the yammers, and you're attempting to try to have that make a little money for you because that's what makes you happy. So I get it. There's not always you can just do what you love, but
Right.
But don't do something that makes you miserable, man. Like, I don't care. If you think you want to be a Walmart greeter, if your bills don't don't facilitate for that kind of income, then just work on dropping your bills so that you can get to that at one point, right?
Yeah.
It's not worth it, man. But I'm not a material person. And maybe that's different for me. Like,
As I get older, it is much more important to have experiences.
Yeah, and I like, material things don't mean nothing to me. So I'm about people. I love people. I want to live. I want to live large. I want to live it. And so that means like just enjoying my friendships with you guys, man. That's so valuable. And you're beautiful people, and everybody's different colors, and that's a beautiful experience for me. And it's not about money. And I'm out here feeding my adventure animal with trucking in that aspect, right? And I'm applying my business skills to building the business of that. Fell in love with trucking, right? I still am, I don't see myself doing it forever, but for right now, like it is the bee's knees to me. So
it's hard not to fall in love with trucking, really.
yeah, because the country is like, that's another thing, right? The things that happen to you in your spirit, you get humbled, you get open, your eyes get open, your vision gets bigger, and you see more stuff, and you're just big. It's just bigger. It's a great, big, beautiful world out there. We get to experience that, which I feel guilt sometimes about that. Because you just want to take everybody with you,
Yeah.
And so,
and that's
but
part of having a YouTube channel, is you get to take everybody with you.
well, I mean, yeah, not in my case though, because I have safety protocol that I have to follow
Yes.
and things like that. So I can't do a lot of the things that some other truckers do, and I don't, so
That other truckers are getting away with, because
yeah, I'm trying to honor my business relationships and all of that. So
Yep.
so I don't do that kind of stuff, but there's plenty of other channels that are doing that. You know what I mean? And so I just want to talk about my mistakes and get corrected by senior drivers who are so awesome to contribute to my journey and bring me along. And I respond, and I listen, and I practice, and I try to produce good fruit, so on that end. There's lots of people driving and putting the camera in the window. I'm trying to do something different.
live
But
streaming
yeah,
the road.
but you know what? Even Sterling, let me say you for an example, dude. You were hating it, and I remember watching. Like some days you were so miserable, and especially after you met Mrs. Sterling,
Right.
it was easy to see that she was where you wanted to focus your energies, and
Yes.
you were hating the truck, and you were hating the business, and like I even knew then, like watching on.
Don't get it wrong. I wasn't hating the business. I was hating where it was going to wind up. I don't like what trucking is today at this moment.
Yeah, but then where you were at in that place, by you were starting to want to be somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And so I saw you were beginning to, you were like, forget this truck and all the, whatever.
Yeah.
And so obviously as a friend back here, right? Watching where you've come since then, you are so, and I said this before, you are so much happier, right? So Sterling is a great example of letting go of something that he poured everything into and having the strength to do that. And Snorlord's letting go of his truck right now. Like that's a lot.
Well, I went from, my business made $445,000 the year that I stopped it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
And so your life has changed a lot.
And that's trucking. I also do trucking consulting. I've done that a little bit on the side as well. But yeah, that's $445,000 a year. I shut down my business last year.
And I know, just from you being so generous to share how your feelings were coming out about that, like that was a hard deal for you.
Yeah.
And you weren't sure really how it was going to all pan out. But I think you were sure, like you were going to have to make a decision, because you were going to, you were hating it. There was something, you were starting to hate your life. And so you made the right decision. I know it was difficult, but you did it, and you did it in your best interest.
Yeah. Oh, and trust me, I lost my ass selling that truck. I paid $56,000 for it cash, and I sold it for $38,000 2 years later.
Wow.
That was a big hit, but it
And
awarded
you
my
put some
insanity.
repairs in there, right? You had repaired a lot in that truck.
Yeah, I'd fixed the water pump, and it had its maintenance issues and stuff. I'd done a lot of work on that truck, but it made me my money, and I'm happy now.
And you are happy now. So
Yeah.
I think, the value of understanding, like, we're raised to think money is, and yeah, money helps and it is power and it's all that, but
Money is freedom.
is it though?
It
I mean,
is.
it helps.
But
It helps. It
money-
helps with it.
Money is freedom, and debt is slavery.
Yes.
Anytime you find yourself in any form of debt whatsoever, that is slavery.
Yes. And I've been working very hard to turn the tables on my life so that I am not in debt, not only to try to be more successful and resilient in my trucking business,
Yeah.
but just get rid of everything personal so I don't have any extra overhead. But in that, I'm feeling more and more free, like the closer I get, because I'm literally within 2 months, I'm going to be able to tell you, like, I'm 100% have nothing personally, 100% nothing. And
Which the banking industry absolutely hates you.
right. Yeah. So
Jazz
let me say this. And I mean bill wise, right? Because ownership, my house is paid for. The kids kind of gave it to them. It is still in my name, so that's that. So I can't say 100% zero, but it's an asset at this point because it's paid for.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's an asset. It does need a little bit of TLC, but the other thing is my RV. I can't leave my RV out, right? So I have the house and I have the RV, but other than that, my Jeep, I'm going to give it up. I'm going to have to pay somebody to come and get it because I'm never going to fix it. It's just still sitting there. It's not drivable. So that doesn't really count, but that's paid off too. I don't have a car payment. And that's what I've achieved. Ha! See, that to me is a huge achievement because
they say the average car payment in America right now is $750 for a new car, usually.
Oh God, yeah, my girl, like my girl,
300
car payments, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't even. That's my truck payment.
Yeah.
Well, weekly versus monthly, but I'm just saying, like, and that car's not making you any money. Okay, it's getting you to work, but oh my God, and if I need a pickup truck to pull my RV. Okay, let's look at my situation. If I want to go get a suitable vehicle that can pull 10,000 pounds, how much are they selling those trucks for right now?
$40,000.
$60,000.
Yeah.
$60,000 minimum.
Oh, if you're talking about brand new, yeah, 60.
Yes. And then even if I'm looking at a used one, we're talking about $30,000.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
And you're in the upper Midwest, so it's rusted.
Probably. But
and the check engine light glow so bright you can see it from across the street.
Like, that's more than what my house costs.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'm in Flint, you guys. I can go buy 3 rental properties for $30,000 here. Why the heck would I pay that for a stinking car, a truck that I'm not around to drive, and then I got to pay full coverage insurance on it on top of that payment?
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me, you guys. Like, let me get $2,000. I'll find a beat up old nasty old pickup truck and we'll call it good. And then there's no payment and it's paid for. And I'll bless somebody's life. I'll give them $2,000 for it. Like,
yeah. But the banks hate you for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be anybody's best friend as far as that goes, like, because I'm not. Look, I've accomplished something in life at this point that in that manner that most people are having strokes and heart attacks over the stress because of the what debt they're in and this and this and that. Like I've achieved getting out of that slavery, if you will call it that.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's exactly what it's been. And it was so hard for me to raise my kids as a single mom with 3 daughters and no child support and no help and depending on my mom and asking my parents to get them their shoes for sports and fixing my own car because we could there's just and I was working multiple jobs. So that was so hard that felt so heavy on me as in the slavery sense. I was like, there was one thing that clicked inside of me, and it was like, there's going to be a day that I ain't doing this no more.
Yeah.
But number one was to get the girls on their own, right?
But here's the thing. I think everybody eventually learns that lesson. You know, when I was young, I had the new cars and the nice houses and all sorts of crap. And, you know, eventually we all come to a realization that, you know, you can't take it with you when you die. And if you did, you get taxed on it anyway.
Well, but some people keep going after that status quo thing, right?
Yeah.
And they'll go into all the debt. Like I got friends who are so far in debt and they're okay because they have new cars, they live in a condo, they live in a nice neighborhood.
Right.
And that's what they work for. To me, in my mind, I'm like, ew. You know, that's not me. I would rather
You
I don't need all that.
You need peace of mind and not the judgment of others.
Yeah. Like my big thing is I might not have the prettiest house and I might not have the best car and I might not have the best clothes. But my thing is that my success is the fact that I know that they can't take away my stuff.
Yeah.
Like I have ownership. And now you can argue with me and say, well, yeah, but still got to pay property taxes on that house. Well, yeah, but I mean, I also live in a very inexpensive place where that's $1,000 for the whole year.
Right.
So I have my kids.
We all got to pay taxes. That's our union fees for living in the United States. You got to pay your taxes.
Yeah, you know, and if my dreams comes true and I eventually get the big, you know, 40 to 80 acre parcel that I dream about.
Yeah.
Then that'll have expenses as well to keep it. So, you know, I understand that, but at this point I'm doing all right because I don't have that fear hanging over my head anymore. Like if I don't pay this house payment, we're going to be on the street. You know, I'm not in a situation now. I got to pay my truck payment because if I don't have my truck payment, then I'm out of business. So I do have that. But, you know, I find bliss in the fact that like I'm disappearing personally in that sense, right? They're not going to have a whole lot of
right.
Business is one thing, you know.
Yeah.
But I'd rather do it in business because it multiplies.
The repo man can barely find your house.
Yeah. You know, there's nothing here for him.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Unless he wants coffee and pet a dog.
Yeah.
Repo man ain't got nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Donnie's got a good comment there. If you have a family, it isn't about you anymore. Make as much as you can, despite whether or not you like it or take care of those little ones. Your early years for finding work you enjoy before kids.
Yeah, the kids really.
No, if you have family, it isn't about you anymore. It's true. Your life totally changes when you have kids.
Well, and that was the thing. I had to finish the job before I could ever think about me. Right? I had to get them to a point where they were on their own, and then I could start calling shots for my own life.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. I finished the job, but it was always, that's what drove me was like, there's going to be a day where I don't have to do this anymore. And I got way too, you know, so I picked up skills along the way and I learned my lessons along the way, so that there was going to be a day like I'm going to stop making somebody else's money, and I'm going to be able to I'm going to try to do this for myself, because I have all the talent. I have all the skills. I'm valuable to everybody that I work for. Like, there's no reason why they can be doing this. I'm smarter than them in some senses, and I can't have my own.
Yeah.
And then have something build something for my girls. And so that passion just drove me like all the way. And but yeah, that was the thing. Like, the kids are first. There was no life for me. There was no, I wasn't worried about men or dating or whatever. Like, I had to go to work. I had to get another job. I had to make sure the bills were paid on time. Like, that's all that I had to do, and make sure that they were taken care of as best I could. And it was hard enough to do that. And so, I had to accept that in my life, that this is what I had to do, until the sentence. And I'm sorry to say it this way, but to me, it's like, there was a point when
you had to serve your time. It's
yeah.
okay.
So there's consequences for every decision that you make in life. Okay. Good or bad. Okay. But the consequences of my decisions, and what ultimately had to happen in my life for me to protect my girls, cost a heavy price. And that price, I was going to be able to finally wiggle away from it when I got the last one on her own.
Yeah.
And right. And so, and then trucking happened to me, and it was just all like, I'm just going to go like all for it,
You served your sentence, and then you jumped into the industry that welcomes felons with open arms.
Yes. And
Yes.
it has loved me back, and
Speaking of felons, Snorlord, the metalhead Viking caveman trucker, says, I like money. Someone buy my truck.
I thought you had a buyer for it, Snorlord.
It fell out.
Oh, man. Truman says I'm not giving up my Jeep. No, I know. That's why mine still sits in the yard.
Jeeps
like,
are kind of worth it.
I'm struggling because it's literally been sitting there for 4 years.
Yeah.
And the transmission was slipping last when I parked it. And it's been good to me. That was our wagon,
Automatic transmission, or
yeah, it's automatic. It's 4-wheel drive.
Put some of that Lucas, the Lucas anti-slip in it and drive it for a little bit.
Well, so also I'm pretty sure, and now that it's been sitting so long, I probably got corrosion issues, wiring.
Yeah.
Now it still looks good though. Like, I love my Jeep is like the sexiest thing to me. And so I can't let go of it. And so I've got my son-in-law here going, Ma, just call him and have him pick it up and give you a couple $100 for it. And I'm like, that is mine, man. Like, I don't have much in this world, but that Jeep is mine.
17 minutes ago, you said you were not materialistic.
It's not that. It's not because like, oh, it's that. No, it's that.
No, you own it.
That's mine, right?
Yeah.
It's like this house. Like, I sacrificed so much to have something that was just mine, not something that could be taken away from me. Like that's mine. So, and I love to drive it. Right? It's the joy of it's just truck ownership, right?
It is.
And in Michigan, listen to this. That thing's 4-wheel drive, baby. When we get 12 inches of snow, I would take that Jeep out and try to conquer stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's that to me as well. And I'm way too emotional about it. So I'm considering it. It's either that, or I got to decide to get off the money to send it in the shop and have everything fixed. And I still think it's worth it, especially the prices of vehicles today. Like,
yeah. But that's starting to deflate a little bit as well. I've been watching car auctions and stuff like that, and things are starting to cool.
Yeah. So, I'm not ready. I'm still like, I can't. But he's probably right. Everybody's been telling me that for the last 2 years. Would you just let that Jeep go? And I'm like, because to me, it's like,
well,
then
don't all these people that say, you know, the anti-clutter people say, if you haven't used it in 6 months, let go of it.
I'm the biggest shouter of that rule. I'm biggest about that. I know, Sterling.
Pay to make it go away, or pay to make it great.
You know, yeah, but you know what I'm going through. Like, you know, I'm just at that like crossroads, and I'm just what is
yes, Snorlord's trying to sell his truck. He's not getting out of the business. He is pivoting to a different type of business.
Yeah, he's making a business decision. He says, I'm in a management position, dispatch leasing trailers, so I'm still in the business and have no need for my truck.
Having a truck literally just sitting in your driveway is a humongous liability. You got to maintain the insurance. You got to maintain the truck. It sits there, and mice are chewing on wires and having sex in the engine compartment. It's bad times to let a truck sit.
That's what's going on with my Jeep. Like, if I'm actually going to say, okay, I'm going to go revive her, give her the care that she needs, and just get it going again. Because this is the thing, okay? This is important to understand. I dropped a brand new motor in that Jeep, and it's only got 60,000 miles on it. Now, all the rest of the parts in the truck have 170 or whatever.
And what kind of Jeep are we talking about? Because there are many Jeeps.
It's a 2002 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Get rid of it.
That's what the transmission guy says.
Yeah, get rid of it.
He says to me, I take it in there, and I'm like, look, this is my baby. I want you to fix this transmission. Well, it's got a Mercedes-Benz
ZF
limited, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he can't find another one in the state to replace it. So the only option is to rebuild it. And he's looking at me like, would you get rid of this thing? Like, it's like, just get something newer. Like,
Shannon, if it was a Wrangler or something kitschy, cool and tough 4x4, and I would keep it. But if it's just dump it.
You're right. You know, I'm getting
dump
there.
Dump it and get yourself a 10-year-old Honda CRV. You'll be just as happy.
I need more justification. Like, I need I need more. Because you know,
the fact it'll cost you no less than $4,500 to put that vehicle on the road.
Yeah, but this is okay. Let me say this.
For a vehicle that's worth $5,000.
Let's talk about function. Okay.
And keep in mind, hold on, caveat, I'm a Land Rover Discovery owner.
So if I feel like you can tear me apart on this, but this is my defense to my family and everybody else. I can put $4,000 back into her and get her tip top. Or I can go try to buy something else that doesn't have a newer motor in it. I don't know much about, and then subject myself to that.
What would your father say?
Ooh. You're good, Sterling. You're good.
He'd say, why are you putting so much time and effort into a Jeep that's not that cool?
Yeah, my dad would tell me to go to the auction and get some kind of Chevy or whatever.
Sure.
And put the money into that. That's what my dad would say.
Yep.
My dad was a car builder. Like he
I
could
know.
build anything. Yeah. So he would definitely tell me never to go get a new car. Like he wasn't about that. He's like, you find a used one, you fix it up. Yeah.
Yep. Let me guess. Did your dad have a Crown Vic in his fleet at
No.
any time? No, he wasn't that kind of auction buyer.
No, he went and he got El Caminos and he got pickup trucks, like the older ones that he could find, and G bodies, right? He would go get those cars because
You look like a pickup truck gal, by the way.
yeah, I should have one. I know,
Yeah.
I think. And
Square body GMC, big old motor. Yeah.
like an old Scottsdale or something like that.
Yeah.
That would be my show truck. Yeah, like simple. Keep it simple, right? My dad would have a heart attack if he knew that I went out and financed a truck for these kinds of prices and so forth. He would absolutely not.
We live in different times though, and that's the cost of doing business.
That's true. And the fact that I do look, if we're going to make a vehicle change, I need to get something and make a way to do it to get a truck that is strong enough to pull my RV. Otherwise,
you're talking about a one-time use thing because you're not going to use that RV and travel all over the United States.
No, I'm not. That's the whole thing. Like I can't justify buying a truck because I'm only going to move this thing like once or twice a year.
You need to get yourself a Subaru and some Birkenstocks and just be happy.
What's the Birkenstocks? What is that?
Lesbian women that drive Subaru Outbacks all wear Birkenstock shoes.
Oh, they're shoe. I don't know nothing about that.
You got to trade in your Uggs for some Birkenstocks and just get a Subaru.
Oh
get you a Toyota RAV4, little Honda CRV.
Those are actually cool. I mean, Toyota's.
I love working on Red Lady's RAV4. It is so easy to work on. And it runs. It's got 200 and something thousand miles on it. It just runs. Turn the key.
Yeah,
and run.
I used to have some neighbors over here that had a couple of them, and they were dune people. They would take them up into the dunes and do all that.
Right.
And they were into that thing. And so they're fun trucks. Like I thought, yeah. I haven't seen a Toyota that I've hated yet or had a reason to hate. Like people can hate on them because they're not American, so to speak. But
yeah,
it seems like they do a heck of a job with those.
Truman's saying he's got a 2018 Wrangler JK Rubicon Recon with 28,000 miles. That's currently on the used market, worth almost $35,000. At least on the West Coast.
Yeah, there's no love for my Grand Cherokee, even though it's
no. You got a mom Jeep.
An SS Trailblazer. Oh yeah,
those are fun.
My old coach has one of those he's got it all decked out. It's pretty sweet. Those are cool. See if they can put a 45 RFE trans in it. Well, according to them, they were like, yeah, we can't swap it out with nothing because the way it is.
It's hard to find a mechanic shop that wants to do custom work because you open up a Pandora's box of issues when you tell a customer, well, yeah, we can do an engine swap or we can do a transmission swap. That's Shannon's Jeep would quickly become a $20,000 repair.
Oh, I could put 20,000 into it and not even cry about it.
No.
Because I got love. And it's got, look.
Love is why we go to wars and get ourselves killed and yeah. Quit it with the love. Start thinking logically.
Make me let go of the motor because that's my thing. I'm sitting here I got an almost new motor in this thing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go buy one. The next motor I get is going to have 100 and whatever on it. Because I'm going to buy a used vehicle.
Shannon, you could trade your truck in right now and get a brand new McLaren and those motors tend to blow up about 20 to 30,000 miles. You have 700 horsepower, but you'll have a blown motor in a $200,000 car in a year. So there.
I know. So I have a Jeep that has a great motor in it. Okay. Right now. So what I need you to do is make me justify so I can let go of that motor, because I feel like, okay, it's a diamond in the middle of all of this other stuff that's going to have to be fixed.
If that's honestly your concern, find somebody that can help you strip it for parts and just sell the parts.
I thought about that. I thought, you know what? I would probably make some really good money off of this Jeep on parts.
If you have somebody that'll help you do it, I know you got some boys around the house there that might be looking for a project. Strip it, clean the parts, and just eBay the crap out of it, and then sell the scrap. If you have somebody willing to do it, that'll help you with the love affair with that 60,000 mile motor.
Yeah. I just don't want to jump. Look, this is the thing. The boys are trying to say, just get rid of it. Just junk it.
Well, here's the thing, Shannon. It won't get junked. There are companies that come up from South America and buy vehicles like that and just drive them back to Mexico and South America and stuff. So it's, even if you got rid of it, it's not getting thrown away. Somebody will strip it for parts, or they'll bring it to South America or ship it to Africa or whatever. It's going to go to a good place.
Ain't it? This is awful. You see, this is like a sickness with me. It's a tool.
It'll go to Afghanistan, and somebody will mount a machine gun to the roof, and then you'll see your Jeep on CNN sometime.
And that just backs up my point. Like, it can still be awesome. Like, why can't I have it? Everybody doesn't want me to have it, and I'm like, that's my thing. That's my Jeep.
It could be awesome, but somebody else has to mount the machine gun on it.
I'm getting through it. I promise. I'm just waiting for God knows what. Like, I'm being terrible. I feel like, I guess honestly, guys, like, there's a part of me that feels like a better vehicle or equivalent is costing so much money right now. Like, I feel like if I get rid of it, I won't be able to get something as good or better.
Get rid of something you're not currently driving, and that can't be driven.
Yeah.
You have yard art. You've gone full white trash Michigan.
Yeah. I don't know what to do. I mean,
no, actually, you might be smart. You're probably doing that just to keep the property values in your neighborhood low. So yeah, get some more junk Jeeps. That actually might work in your favor.
Yeah, it could be considered a little bit of a blight situation.
Yes.
And
you got poisonous waters. You got broken down Jeeps, a broken down motorcycle in the backyard. I saw that.
Yeah, and I got some siding is falling off the house over there on the side. I got some of that going on. My gutter is broken off on the front, so there's that. Yeah, we're hanging in there.
Real estate mogul right there.
Look, we don't want to get any attention, okay? We don't want to look. we want to fit right in with everybody else. Yeah. So we're just
as they say in the hood, nobody want to see you smiling.
Yeah, you just stay low key, like you just, and it's all good. Now the inside of the house is looking absolutely wonderful. So we're getting things done and remodeled in here, and my daughter's been doing a heck of a job installing some theater lights, and we got this big old, So this is how we do it around here. You don't want to get too much attention. So you
and you don't live on the outside of the house,
No, the outside is just for when the property tax adjuster comes around once a year in the spring, that he doesn't see anything that he gets attracted to too much.
Sure.
We don't want to impress. Don't want to impress them. And then those property taxes of $1,000 a year stay right where they're at.
Wow. $1,000 a year. Wow.
Yeah. And I have a 5-bedroom house, 2 full baths, and it's on 2 lots. So I have a great big greenhouse in the lot next to this house, which is very awesome.
You just described a $950,000 house in Reno right now.
Yeah. When I called for homeowners insurance, I talked to a company in California, and they said they were like, "Yeah, we can do a $500,000 policy." Blah blah blah. I was like, $500,000, and she was like, "Yeah, you did say it was 5 bedrooms, 2 full baths, right?" She said, "Yeah, replacement cost would be $500,000."
Yep. At minimum in California, yeah.
I was like, wow, I'll burn it down.
Yeah.
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 So that's that. So yeah, but due to environmental situations, my SEV is coming in at 12.5.
Wow.
Which means, in a real market, the house is worth $25,000.
Right.
And this,
You could almost replace the motor in your semi truck for actually, it's half the cost of the motor of your semi truck.
yes. And so for those of you that ask, hey, Shannon, why don't you just move out of Flint? Why would you stay there? Well, folks, I can't sell my house. I mean, I could just give it away pretty much, but
enjoy it while you have it.
I mean, the kids are now going to have their first baby here, and
that's amazing.
Right? I raised them in this house. We bought this house for $6,500.
It's not about the house, it's the lives within.
Right. It's about the home, right? So this is our home, and I would love to just pick up and move, but look at you're asking me to go back into a mortgage for $500,000 or slightly less than that, so that I can be a slave again.
Yeah.
No, we'll hang out here. We'll keep putting the water filters on the faucets.
Oh yeah. Drink plenty of Fiji. Get yourself some rich water.
We're already used to our 4 a.m. morning gunshot rounds going off.
Is that
safe so far?
Wait, 4 a.m. Are they starting to shoot or are they ending the shooting?
You never know.
Okay.
So, and that's a little early.
Yeah, because of those weird drugs out there, you can never, like monkey dust. What is monkey dust? I heard about
there's lots of heron, as it's called around here, and monkey dust, and then there's some tainted heron that's killing people. Things like that. Yeah. So everybody's pretty busy at night.
4 a.m. gunshots. If I hear that around here, it's my neighbors shooting at coyotes.
Well, I'm not saying that they're not shooting at coyotes. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what they're seeing? Right. Or hallucinating or whatever.
Sure.
To be up that early when everybody's up getting ready for work, and then there's gunshots going off, like, I don't know. Who knows what's going on over there? They could just be celebrating the 4th of July. Or New Year's at any point in time. So the funny thing is that, like, I said this on a live the other day, like, I really, like, I'm home and I get up, and my first reaction to hearing that the other day, and this was like at 6 o'clock in the morning, my first thought that really ran through my head was that,
is my truck okay?
No, it wasn't even that. It was like, oh, it's 6:30. It's kind of late. Like, they usually doing this at 4, right? Or 2. Like, this is weird.
Right.
Like 6 o'clock. Like, that's my first thought. That's how desensitized we are to it here.
Right.
And there's no sirens, there's no police, there's no
Oh, they give up.
hoopla.
Yeah.
No. It took a couple gunshots in the morning. You get on with your day, and nothing has ever happened. And there's no news stories, so you never know. Like,
Right.
you know, we don't have much police here either. If anybody doesn't know the story, but the state police budget sends the sheriffs here and the state police for the highways, and the sheriffs do the homicides and local trouble.
Yeah.
That's on the Genesee County budget. And so we have about maybe 20 police officers left of city budget, hired police officers. And so they also do the crime, local crime. But state police are on our roads doing traffic, period. And the sheriffs are doing the trouble stuff. And then the state police are the city police are
Parking tickets.
helping in parking tickets. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of times we know around here that you better decide if you have to call the police and if you really need them, because they're probably busy doing something way more important. And
basically you call the police for backup.
Yeah, and then it still might be 3 or 4 hours before somebody gets here. They really do prioritize calls.
Right.
So, if it's something that we can fight out as neighbors, probably quicker that way.
Honestly, it builds a stronger community if people actually stick together.
Yeah, we tend to stay tight with who's immediately living with you and around you.
Yeah.
Snorlord likes your shirt. What's your shirt say?
Oh, it's a Major League AK. I'm not a sports fan. I like guns.
I was going to say that's not a baseball thing.
Yeah.
Jerome Jones channel member is late. I just want to point that out.
International Man of Mystery.
Is late. Gasman channel member is in the house. He says, Truman, if I keep going on mine, it's going to be a
$120,000 Jeep.
$120,000 Jeep. It's absolutely disgusting. I swear I wasn't going to do anything to it. See, that's the disease. I got it.
Well, it's because boys can't play with Barbies, so we play with Jeeps instead.
Well, and then I think even if you're a girl and it's a Jeep thing, right?
It is.
And so if you got it, then you got it.
Gasman saying, and I'm tired of other Jeep owners waving at me going down the highway. It's funny. I drive a Land Rover, and when Jeep owners wave at me, they correct their hand movement real quick. Because like, oh God, I've waved at a Land Rover.
You're like, oh, wait a second.
Then they gotta go talk to the therapist.
Yeah. So, Jeeps are fun to have. And of course, I went through the stages of like, ooh, they got the new headlights. I can put, lights and this and that.
Anytime you buy a Jeep, JC Whitney automatically knows your mailing address.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And so I've always, I guess, part of me has never given up on getting her to that point, right? Putting some extra tough tires and wheels on them and and all of that. But it's just like, I guess when the transmission started to slip, then it became like, oh God, okay, now you have to make a decision, because before it was like, okay, I got a new motor sitting in it, it's rocking, everything is running right, it's all good.
It sounds like you're married to an abusive husband. Like he punched you in the face once, but you're still gonna keep him around. That transmission punched you right in the face.
Because he's got a good heart in there somewhere.
Shannon has an abusive relationship with a Jeep.
Yeah. That's funny that you made that analogy, because now I'm like, of course.
Yeah.
Like, of course, that's what it is. Like, I just can't let it go.
Truman H has a comment there. Like driving in Detroit, red lights are optional. Years ago, I had to had to drop off a load of potatoes at the potato chip factory there in Detroit. And there was this guy in an old Crown Vic that was like tailgating the back of my truck. So I purposely started driving like an asshole and kind of blocking him a little bit, just being a dick. And he passes me on the right, goes over the sidewalk, cuts me off, and then turns on his siren and lights. It was a Detroit police officer, and an old beat up Crown Vic. The bumper was hanging off and stuff. I thought it was just some asshole in an old Crown Vic, but no, it was actually the police department.
See, and that ain't right.
And he flipped me off too.
Because I won't pull over. If something looks shady like that, I'll tell the judge. I'm like,
I don't know. I never would have stopped in Detroit.
Yeah, his headlight was out. There's no way I'm pulling over, and I don't care if he's got, because at this point, you can buy those LEDs that go off and make you think that there's a police officer.
Oh yeah.
Jackknife says, don't all Jeep owners have that? Not to mention maybe a shopping addiction.
An abusive relationship.
Yeah, because they make it so much fun. It's like Jeep owners have they customize their stuff.
Yeah.
Because there's millions of options. And so you get into it. And then it's your thing, And then they're so fun to drive. It's almost like you're not, it's like a toy to you, right? So it's a Jeep thing. That's where that comes from.
And then when you're not looking, it punches you in the mouth.
Yeah, it'll catch on fire.
When your friends aren't watching, it punches you right in the mouth.
Yeah, your wiring harnesses melt together and all this crazy electrical stuff goes off because the engineers hate their management, and they plan it at exactly this date. After you purchased it, it's going to do this.
Yeah, planned obsolescence.
Yeah, it's job security for them, and it's magnificent, but it's real. I'm just telling you. So for all those people that say stuff against Chryslers because they are known for this, well, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. You got to decide if you want to take that risk. It's all
part of the plan, and if you don't like it, go buy another one. We have great financing, 84-month term, 7% interest,
and it's $70,000 for a Grand Cherokee. Oh my God, dude. So
look at the new Grand Wagoneer. You can spend almost 120 grand on that.
It's that kind of thing that makes me not I can't let go of something that's going to cost me $4,500 to get back in the game.
Yeah,
I'm saying, that's my argument with myself. Snorlord says, "What's with Jeep people and the rubber ducks in the dash?"
Oh, you're supposed to leave a rubber duck on a Jeep. If you're a Jeep owner, you're supposed to leave a rubber duck randomly with a note on somebody else's Jeep. And it's like the brotherhood of Jeepdom. It's an Instagram thing. I don't understand it.
Okay, I don't know about this, so help me understand. A rubber duck, like the little yellow duckies that speak?
Yeah, you leave it on somebody else's Jeep. You leave it basically... It's acknowledging that you have a problem and you're sharing your issues with others and saying, "Hey, you spent too much on this Jeep and you buy too much crap that you never take off road. Here's a symbolism of my gratitude that you are also an addict."
When did that start happening?
Oh, 5-6 years ago. It's an Instagram thing because you're supposed to take a picture of it too and say, "Hey, I saw this Jeep," and you put a duck on their hood.
You know what I would do? I would literally, and I did this all the time. This is silly, but I did it. I would go find the next Jeep Grand Cherokee and make sure I park next to it.
Yeah.
And I do that now. In the truck stops. I'm so silly. I'll and I did it with my Freightliner. I'll specifically park next to the Freightliner or next to another international.
Yeah. Oh, if you ever really want a good laugh and you're stuck in a parking lot somewhere just watching, or a truck stop and you can see the parking lot, write a letter that says "I'm not pregnant" and put it underneath their windshield wiper and just sit back and watch.
That would be funny.
I've been guilty of that quite often.
I love practical jokes, and I don't do them because people are so freaking stupid and sensitive about stuff like that. And so I've just quit my practical joking career, but man, do I miss it.
Humor is illegal nowadays. We're not allowed to laugh.
I know.
Can't poke the funds anymore.
Well, but there are innovators out there like Cassius King Trucking who has provided the butt hurt cream.
Yes.
So might make it okay again. Because then they can get some of that.
Yeah.
A gas man says, Snorlord, exactly. People keep leaving ducks on my Jeep. Well, mine sits in the yard, so I can't say that.
Yeah.
Like I'm intrigued by it, even. Like I'm like, oh, that's cool. Why don't we do that with semi trucks? Probably because people want to fight too much. Like, don't touch
don't touch people's houses.
6 Tyrannus says upside down pineapples are a Jeep thing. I don't think so. Truman says my neighbor's an engineer, worked on the Grand Wagoneer, and says it's junk. Don't buy it. Yeah. Oh, they'll tell you. Yeah. Jackknife TV says, all right, I'm going to buy a bunch of cheap suction cup things now and just start plopping them on Jeep hoods.
Jackknife TV has an expensive truck payment. He can't afford those kind of adult toys.
Well, you got a box of them over there, I heard. I was just saying.
It's empty now. They've all been consumed.
Jackknife says, I'll just put a sticker on them saying it's a Jeep thing. There you go. WCF Invader says, wow, Jackknife, that's ridiculous. I really don't understand court.
Yeah, they were talking about their issues with child support and stuff, which I'm also a member of that club.
Okay. 6 Tyrannus says Mahindra Roxers are real Jeeps. What are those?
So they're a company in India, Mahindra, I think it's called. They started making their own little side-by-side that looks like a Jeep. And it's very much a copy of the original Jeep, like the World War II Jeeps. And the reason he says they are real Jeeps is because they're just as expensive as a friggin' Jeep. Jeez, people spend money on such stupid shit. But basically, it's a side-by-side that looks like a Jeep, and it's built in India, I believe.
That's what I'm saying. I can't pay these prices. It's against everything. Like,
oh, have you seen what a side-by-side costs nowadays? If you want something really cool, you can plop $45,000 on a twin turbo Can-Am Super 5-passenger. Oh, it's crazy.
Let's look it up.
Oh, I'm taking this show down. It's enough that I strike fear in people around me, and now Shannon's gonna look for a Can-Am Super Pro-Am, whatever side-by-side they're selling now.
I wonder, can I do it?
Gasman saying, is it bad taste for me to take the ducks I get and leave them on other Jeeps? Regifting. That's okay. That's okay. SST.
How fun is
that? We got disco time with Shannon over here. Be careful what you're sharing there. You don't want to share all your porn.
I'm trying to figure out what I got. I got all these windows.
Come on, let's see your browser history there, Shannon. Come
on. It's a lot of fitness stuff you guys want to. What window? Oh, it's the actual window that we're looking at. That's okay. So this is the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You have to do present.
SST saying, have you seen the new Suzuki Jimny, Sterling? Yes, I have. I am very familiar with the old Suzuki Samurai that became the Suzuki Jimny in other states or other countries. And it's not a Jimmy, it's a Jimny, Jimny. Canada has them, I believe.
Chrome tab. It doesn't. It says share or cancel, but it doesn't let me click share.
Huh.
That's why I can't share that one.
Oh, no worries.
Anyways, okay. I wanted to see what it looked like, but Snorler says, yes, leave pineapples on Jeeps. That seems fun. No. I heard pineapple stands for some silly thing, so I think that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, WCF Invader kind of has a good idea there for my members only section. Sterling, you ever want to do a members only live for a venting session about the child support system? I tell my story. That I might be willing to do that. I've kind of through all that stuff, and it will be on my members only. Yeah.
Snorlord, when are you going live? I thought you were going live today.
We're distracting him.
Well, I told him I was going to warm everybody up, and then once he got all the BS hashed out, then he could go live, and we would just shut down, and I'll go over there. But I guess
you don't understand him. He's never not surrounded by BS.
He's trying. He's trying to hang out, which is fine. You know, I would love him to either come in here and go live. You know, I'm sure like everybody's been waiting for him to do the show today, but must be lots of BS going on over there.
Huh.
You know, but he can multitask and handle the BS while being in here with us. So I love that. Yeah. So what else is going on? Child support stories. I know that I have heard, because I know all you guys, right? So I have picked up on some of your situations, what you've been through, and what's this?
That is the pull down that comment there. 2024 Polaris Expedition, starting at $29,999.
Well, that was easy. What you just did.
Yeah.
So now you can drive this whole thing.
Not on the street.
No, I mean the screen. What you're showing.
Yeah, I can show you kids, but yeah.
Yeah, you're really good at this, so go for it.
That's basically a Polaris version of a friggin' Jeep. And you got all your accessories and your cool little
No,
door stuff.
That's just an off-road thing, right?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but what sucks is you can't drive it on the road, right?
Depending on the state and stuff, there's local laws and regulations, but yeah, that's pretty damn crazy right there. That one's a little cheaper at $28,000.
Are you freaking kidding me right now? Like, I can't drive that on the street, and they're gonna try to charge me $28,000 for that?
Shannon, they've got great financing options, and you can have this for $100 a month for 97 years. Yeah, there you go.
How are they staying in business? Nobody can pay that kind of stuff for that stuff. Maybe a few people.
It's finance. Not only that, but they've convinced baby boomers that they are guilty and they need to spend all of their retirement on living it up. And that's exactly why we are seeing America screech to a halt, is because baby boomers have too much money in their retirement accounts and they're blowing it all instead of taking care of their kids. Oh,
and
did I?
Then the kids are expected to pay these prices when nobody's even going to work.
Oh yeah, trust me. Inflation is a punishment our children have to pay.
WCF Invader has got a complaint. He says, I'm still waiting for Sneeze Lord to call me back. He said, I'll call you back in 5 minutes. That was 3 hours ago. There you go. Message delivered. Shots fired.
Yeah.
Snorlord says, sorry, Don. I thought we were done once you said your equipment was hitting the shop.
Well, yeah. Once your trailer's in the shop, there's no reason to book freight.
I thought it was a hint not to call you.
Ooh, we got drama on the channel right now.
He says, not true. No worries, boss. I'm just busting your chops. Drama.
Busting chops.
So listen, look up, if you don't mind, the those John Deere. Now, John Deere has like those things that are sort of like this, not so much like a car.
Yeah,
These
like the
look more
Gator.
like a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see how much those are compared to these.
Probably the same.
I'm gonna go potty really fast.
All right. I'm gonna pull. Well, I don't want to. Tolga's in the house. I'm back right in time. Drama. Let's see. Shannon wants to see. What is it? Joel, John. I think they're still called a gator. Oh, I'm not American. I spelled John Deere incorrectly. Let's see. Full-size gator XUV extreme utility vehicle. Let's see what the best of the best. That's the interior. Look at the GPS and stuff.
That's in what? The Gator. Yeah, that's what it's called. The Gator.
Holy crap, Shannon!
How much is it?
I haven't seen prices yet. It's funny, they'll show you financing before they show you the price.
My dad wants one of those so bad. And I wish like I could get him one because he's getting old.
Yeah.
And so they have 26 acres and he does need the assistance, right, to run the property. So it's like his dream. And I went there, I hauled some stuff out of a place like that, and I saw those over there parked, and they were like so cool. And I was thinking, man, I would just love to get him one of those, but I had no idea how much they costed.
Okay, so I'm looking at probably the best one, which is diesel powered with HVAC signature edition. $42,199. It's a John Deere XUV 865R signature edition crossover utility vehicle, powerful diesel engine, and ultimate HVAC cab with genuine leather seats. 7-speaker infotainment system with touchscreen, rear-facing camera, sliding rear window, versatile bumper, pro brush guard. $42,000, Shannon.
I can get a semi-truck with a bed in it that I can live in that makes money for the same price.
Yeah.
I don't understand how I can justify that money and I can't drive it on the road.
But Shannon, it's got easy to clean leather seats.
Oh, so I could just go to the bathroom right there and then it'll clean off easy. That works.
Leather seats and a side-by-side. America.
My justification of any expensive vehicle is like, okay, well, if it's going to be that much money, like I better be able to live in it or go to the bathroom in it.
Here's the thing, Shannon. So this that's expensive because of tax reasons. That is a humongous business write-off. That is a rich farmer using USDA loans and creative tax dodgery. That this is merely for tax evasion. That's business expense tax evasion. That's all this is for. Normal human beings would never buy this.
So let's say me and you wanna go really get one of these for the farm, and we're real people that got a real farm, and then we can't obviously be paying stuff like that because
basically
we don't make that much money.
Yeah, your CPA says, well, you've made too much money this year. We need a little bit more expenditures for your business. So that's why this vehicle exists. That's why Ford F-350 Platinum Super King Ranch trucks exist. That's
High Country. God, that truck is the baddest truck. Like I want that High Country truck.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I need 2 more semi trucks to help me get that truck. That's the way I see it. So okay, nice. So Dad wants one for the little 26 acres because he's getting up there in age. Is he going to be able to go in and negotiate on this bed devil? No,
because people want it badly.
But there's there's not that many goddamn people that can afford these things. Like, how is the manufacturer making sense? Well, I guess at that price, they don't have to produce so many.
No, it's an exclusive thing, you know. The cheapest one you can get there, Shannon, is $17,000.
You know what really sucks is this is the mental trick. At 42,000, hey, there's one that's on sale.
Oh no, trust me, that would be the one that's in the showroom on the little spinny platform, with easy financing stickers all over it. Yeah.
And that's ridiculous because let's just say they throw you like, oh yeah, it's only $99 a month for the rest of your life. But if you actually do the math on the interest that you would pay on that, like forget about the $41,000.
Yeah.
You're
So
pay,
no interest.
$80,000 plus that $41,000.
Yeah, no interest if paid in full within 12 months, 0% fixed rate for 36 months. And if you buy it online, you get free delivery. Yeah.
And the kids are going to go for it if they happen to got land.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a golf cart to me.
It is.
Like I've even considered like getting one of these used golf carts that's maybe an older model, and then just like trying to
like trucking with T-Bone. Trucking with T-Bone's been restoring them.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Because I just want my dad to have something where he can, tool around in the property and not break his hip off or something.
Uh-huh.
He's got a tractor. He's got like the real tractor, but he's getting up there. It's kind of something that he needs a soft seat and a little bit easier ride to get around and check on things. And it's just the fact that he's always wanted one, right? But he can't spend the money either. And so I'm like, okay, maybe we can budget this thing out. We'll get because people are into beefing up their golf carts at the campgrounds, right? You seen those people yet?
Oh yeah.
So I think we could put this together.
Trust me, Shannon. I spent almost a month in Florida last year. I saw golf carts you would not believe.
Yeah, I've seen some that are ridiculous. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's a cheaper way to go than this. But damn, these are nice. They got everything.
Yeah, you saw the interior there. Leather seats and seat belts and
but the price is insane, dude. I would want to punch the salesman in the face once he told me that price. Like I'd go crazy right there for a second. Yeah. Yeah, good point. Snorlord says, I have a Kenworth for sale that's cheaper than that.
You could buy his truck twice. Almost.
How ridiculous. I could buy a neighborhood over here.
Yeah.
For that. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. Just as long as you don't drink the water.
Yeah.
You can bathe in the water, but you just can't drink it.
We really shouldn't even be bathing in it. But, that's what the filters are for, right? You filter. You definitely don't drink it here. Okay. We do not drink it. The city gives us unlimited amount of water filters, Brita filters, free, all for citizens of the here.
Don't you love how the government solves problems like that? Like years ago, they were, back when we had our first climate issue, here in Nevada, they issued everybody those, it was before LED technology, but everyone got fluorescent light bulbs. And if you lived in Nevada, they would give you free fluorescent energy saving light bulbs. And we thought, oh, that's kind of great, And then Flint, Michigan's like, yeah, quit suing us. We'll just give you free water filters. And then if you look at Portland and Seattle, it's like, we know you're doing bad drugs, but here's some free needles. Yeah, isn't it interesting how the government just steps in to solve problems?
Yeah, well, let me tell you this. This is connected and how I got my CDL. At the time, I was doing Apple tech support at home from my home office. That was my job. I was fixing iPhones 14 hours a day, talking to people on the phone.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was about ready to commit suicide
I
after
bet.
1 year of doing that. I'm really good at it, but it's not doesn't mean like you don't get burned out when there's people are screaming at you like all day.
Right.
So even though I was able to work in my pajamas, so it had its trade-offs. But at 1 year mark, I was ready to I was ready to turn into somebody ugly. So that was no good. So I wanted to change. Well, turns out the unemployment office down here, due to the water crisis, right? They're trying to give us stuff, right? Because we're gonna sue the out of everybody, right? So
Yeah.
they're trying
They
to
don't want you to revolt.
no. So they're trying to give us stuff and provide community services like free health care and all this stuff. And so CDL grants were part of that basket. So when I had heard about it, I was like, oh, a way out, right? So I was like, all right, I'm gonna go see if I can do this thing. That sounds cool. And I knew like the girls are on their own and all this stuff. So I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do with myself anyway? Not gonna do that. Like I'll kill people if I gotta keep doing this. So so I decided to just go down there and see if I could qualify. And of course I did, because I met all the criteria. And
You were breathing. You could almost pass a drug test.
I
and
was
you
a homeowner, I was a citizen, and I was low income because Apple tech support only paid like $14.50 an hour.
Yeah.
And so I met the income requirements also, and I was a female. So I was granted the $4,000 ticket to go to CDL school, which was 160 Driving Academy. Was not too far away from the house down here. And that's how I got my CDL. It was one of those things that the city was giving us.
You ever stop by the
you.
school? You ever stop by the school and just say, hey, let me talk to
all the time.
the kids?
Yeah, all the time. I go there to see if anybody has any questions. I go there to kind of show off my truck and
Sure.
and even when I was at JB Hunt, I did, right? Because I want it, like that would have been the coolest thing for me to see in school, right? Like just to get you catch a vision, right? And so the instructors were really cool with me, and so I go in there and I say hi to them, and then whatever students are in there, like, hey, yeah, she went through the school and now she's doing this. Yeah, because I also I think it's important to see it, right? When you see something and you see the future of something, like it, everybody there, anybody that goes to CDL school in Flint is desperately trying to change their lives,
right?
In their situations. And so I've always felt like it's important to pop in and just kind of give that vision, and I'm a girl, right? So if I can do it, you can do it.
You're possibly missing out on a wonderful, and you could contact the local government and become the ambassador of Flint. You're going to turn Flint around, Shannon.
Well, I don't know about that, but they did ask me to come and be an instructor, which I don't think I have enough years in to be qualified for that, but they were really after me. It was last year, probably in the middle of the year. I was at DART, and they really, really wanted me to come, and they were offering me like, I want to say like 29,000 a year to come in and teach in the classroom, and which might have led to out on the road, but I already told them like I didn't want to do anything like that, but not that I wouldn't, but they wanted me to do the classroom section.
No, that's
out there.
That's not where your spirit is right now.
No, and that was my answer. Like I'm like, no, man, I'm trying to pay on my truck. I'm trying to get my truck. I'm trying to do this. And I'm trying to start a fleet. Like that's not going to work. And I said, I'm making way more money than that being out here,
Yeah.
And so
WCF Invader is asking about the new iPhone. I am an Android addict.
I am too.
Yeah, I can't support China.
You can still call without cell phone coverage. Probably on Wi-Fi calling, but I think you can do that with every phone. If you have
You
Wi-Fi.
can do emergency calls pretty much anywhere.
Yeah. He says, Shannon, there's a lot of here in Missouri, people drive around in town. Yeah, small towns, I see them all the time.
Yeah, everyone's riding quads on the street and stuff. SST is also an Apple enthusiast. Blah.
I'm talking about iPhone. Yeah, my kids keep trying to talk me into iPhones. Oser is in the house, channel member. Oser
I haven't
DM.
seen Oser in a while.
I know. Oser, where you been? Seems like seems like a beater pickup would be a lot cheaper. Yeah.
A fleet of them.
Yeah. You could buy like 7 or 10.
Yeah.
A lot of them. WCF Invader says, unfortunately, I need the 1 terabyte option.
How much porn is he watching on his phone if he needs a terabyte?
That's exactly what I was just thinking. Oh my goodness. And it's only available on the Pro Max.
Wow.
It's like a satellite text communication.
Donnie's got a problem. If he needs that much room on his phone.
He says, I don't think it makes calls off network, but it's a nice feature if needed. Yeah, the day that they can be satellite, that would be the best, right? Because then you literally can go anywhere and your phone will work. Oster says, just delivered a 5-stop load of those the other day. Those things are crazy expensive, but they do go like 45 miles an hour. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And man, like it'd be so cool. If I could just get my dad one, but not freak out because I got to pay so much money. Like I literally, if I got him a used one, he'd be just as thrilled.
Shannon, it would be cheaper to hire your dad help than to buy him a $42,000 side by side.
I know.
Yeah.
Truman says government sends billions to fund a war no ordinary citizen wants, but can't fix the water in Flint.
Yeah. Sad.
Well, the funny thing is, when you design to poison it, you probably don't design to ever fix it.
No. And I don't know if it's that nefarious. It might just be, they didn't do a quality job to begin with because they didn't care.
With knowing all of the research, pretty sure it was just like this other thing.
Has Erin Brockovich been there?
Oh, yes.
Good.
Oh, yeah. She's very involved. And that's why it's clearly there's a term for it, and I can't think of it. Where they try to move people out. There's a term for that, and I can't think of it right now, but
like they're doing in Hawaii right now.
Is that what they're doing? I haven't heard about that one.
Yeah, something happened to reduce the property values in Maui, and now all the rich people want to buy out the land.
Yeah, that's happening here. But even though it's been so many years, like this was a part of that plan, because we have since the automotive plants left here, we've been in trouble because many, 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 many people have left, and that left all the money went out of the city. So the poverty-stricken people were left. And then it turns into that kind of hardship, right? And lots of it. And so it just continues to go downhill because we have no new manufacturing. We have nothing to bring tax dollars in, and businesses are leaving, and grocery stores begin to leave because there's no money, and right. And it's been going on like that for a long time. And then conveniently, this thing happens and drives at least half of the people out.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And,
For further proof, watch RoboCop.
yeah, so our city's getting
RoboCop.
population-wise,
RoboCop was a documentary.
And oddly enough, you would think that, like me, like I'm a property value person and I've lost in this deal. But consequently, it's very strange that I'm driving around town now and I'm seeing multi-million-dollar new buildings go up here and there.
Right.
Which backs up my conspiracy idea. And there are new firms building new buildings, state-of-the-art buildings in little pockets where they're not on the main, where you just wouldn't see them. But if you're driving back in the neighborhoods now, all of a sudden, boom, there's a small engineering center, which clearly state-of-the-art building, this and that. Downtown, there's a giant Child Protective Services building, brand new, that just went up.
Right.
There are restaurants coming into town. Okay, so, just saying.
Yeah.
And then if you look, so when I made the farm, right? Because I started a farm before I did some other things before I came into trucking. When I was doing the farming project, we were working with other city farm people who are farming city lots downtown and things like that. And we really, really, really went over the demographics of our area because we were looking at placements of the farms and the people that it can serve and all of this. She showed some maps in there, and long story short, showed how even back when Buick City shut down and the automotive plants shut down, and even back before that, when they did what they did with the highways to come through these neighborhoods, certain neighborhoods.
Right.
This stuff's been going on a long time. So of course, then you take a look and you see where the water, the most concentrated of poisoned water in the situation, lays right over top of that. And anyways, you get what I'm saying.
Next topic.
But yeah, that's real. And if you think just because they stopped talking about it on the news that it's been cleaned up and it's over, no. That money's been embezzled. We have houses that still haven't gotten their new pipelines. It's impossible to fix because the actual contamination has went through the entire city's infrastructure. So until they dig up the entire city, which is hundreds and hundreds of years old, and they replace every single line underneath the city, this will not be fixed for us.
Right. But disaster always results in profits.
Oh, yes. Somebody's making money because we've got new developments coming into town, and that's interesting. So I'm just going to sit tight and not force myself into a panic, and then that costs me a slavery of a mortgage, right? I'm not doing it. The wife buys crapple. That's how he calls it. So my girls want me to get Apple, right? And I'm like, you remember, I just told you that I did tech support on Apple iPhones. I told him, I'm like, I'll never get an iPhone after that. Like, no. And they're overpriced in my opinion. Like, they don't have the cameras are awesome. Like for my show and all this stuff,
yeah.
Multimedia, like I could justify it like that, but because Samsung has a crappy camera. I don't know why they can't get it right. Because everything
mine's pretty damn good, Shannon. You've seen some of my pictures.
That's off your Samsung?
Yeah.
What do you have?
I just bought the newest Galaxy, S23 Ultra, I believe.
Okay, I got like the A25 or A5.
You need to step up your game. Get you one of these $1,300 Pop-Tarts.
That's okay. Look, I could only let myself spend 400. This is what I get.
Okay.
And so I'm just like, but everything I'm a Samsung everything. I love them. And my biggest complaint has been the camera problem. Like I'm like, why can't you compete with Apple on this? Really? Like
Oh, the newer Samsung phones blows Apple out of the water.
I hope so, because I will do that with the first Samsung, but I even got all of this business on my little $400 phone.
Yeah.
And when it comes to taking pictures of trying to catch that beautiful depth on that mountainside that's out there, it's pixelated. Like,
Oh,
you can't zoom in and
right.
see it. So it ruins the shot because you can't catch the depth of what I'm looking at. And that's my biggest complaint about the Samsung. What'll happen is all the Democrats will invest in Flint, Michigan and their make-believe companies, and then have the government come in and fix all the water.
It's cute. He thinks it's just the Democrats.
I know it is. I mean, I can see his point, but WCF Invader says Shannon been listening too much to George Norrie. The government didn't design it.
George Norrie is still alive.
I don't know who George Norrie is. And it's
He's
nothing about listening to anybody, but
she's seen it firsthand. George Norrie. Oh, geez, I can't remember the name of the show. He was part of like the Art Bells and people like that. Oh, I forgot what the show was.
I love this comment.
Government officials are made of meat. We can cook and eat them. Yeah, but there are too many GMOs and
they're genetically modified.
You don't want to eat. Oh. Government officials you don't want. They're overly medicated and sinewy, gristle.
This is interesting.
Sterling, I have both Android and Apple. Need both, in my opinion, to get full access to brokers. The number of times I've seen lows posted higher on one than the other would surprise you. Interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if Snorlord has anything to say about that. Since you
got to keep in mind that brokers can tell what you're using to check loads. And anytime you're sharing information over the internet, it says what device you are using to browse a app or a website. So
why would you see a difference? Is he saying like one load on the iPhone is the same load priced differently if he looks on a Samsung on the same?
My concern would be maybe one gets updates faster than the other. Because that's the only, I don't think somebody would say, well, Apple owners need to be making more money because they spent more for their phone. I don't think it's an issue like that. I think it's just one gets updated on a network faster than the other.
Okay. Jack Nick says, I'm surprised they don't just realign old pipe. I know in Philadelphia they had a lot of old lead pipe, and that's why they did it. They realigned it with inflatable liner. Well, that would be the solution, because that was the problem. So the actual problem was that this is the story, okay? Too much of a tiny, tiny bit of too much of one of the chemicals that they put in to clean the water or whatever. One imbalance of that pH or whatever it was caused the lining to deteriorate. When the lining deteriorated, it exposed the lead, which is behind the lining, the outside of the pipe. Therefore, now the lead has contaminated the water and contaminated the whole city. That's the story.
Right.
So it's not, so in that sense, everything has to be replaced. It's all contaminated. So what are you going to do? So the government grant was to come up and replace stuff, right? But nobody takes the common sense out and says, hey, you can't replace it all. Not with $8 million or $10 million. what they decided to try to do to pacify us was that they came out to every address, which they haven't done all the places yet. My house got done. They from the main line from the street to the house, that line that is a supply line to the house, they dug up everything. They put in a new one of those to the contaminated line on the street, and then put everything back. And that's the solution.
Yeah. Problem solved.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then they take pictures on the news and they say, government dollars going to work.
Yeah. Your government has saved you.
God, it's ridiculous. Okay, so he says, geez, my last phone cost $2,000.
Yipes.
What kind of goddamn phone is $2,000? Please help me.
The apples. I think the apples are that much. Yeah, George Noory hosts Coast to Coast. St. Louis talk show DJ. He's a little bit of a nut. Yeah, he's a nutcase.
Jackknife says, well, just in that city, I would say Sterling, it's, pretty heavy occupied by them. Yes.
It's too easy to just blame everything on Democrats. I'm a proponent for national divorce myself. I think both sides are corrupt. As SST says, tainted and unclean.
Yeah. Nothing is safe. Just, live your best life, guys.
The only thing that is safe is whatever you can achieve yourself and build yourself.
Yeah. Like govern your own little estate, right? Get there, because that's probably all we're going to have left when crap hits the fan anyways.
Yep.
So
raise your kids,
invest in that.
Raise up some kids, have a good little tribe of your own. Good neighbors.
Yep. And make sure everybody knows how to grow their own food and get water if necessary.
Yep.
I do. I'm like, hey, you guys better go camping while I'm gone, because you got to figure some stuff out just in case.
You got to learn how to start your own fire.
Robin says, oh my God, both of you on the same screen. I know. It's like the Wonder Twins.
It's been a while.
It has.
We used to go live a lot.
I love going live with you. It makes it more fun, and you bring your knowledge and all that stuff, and I get to ask my rookie questions, and it's a good time.
Yeah, and I shared a few cool little stories.
Yeah, you had me. Oh, I had to tell you this, because when you just randomly went jazz hands yesterday on your live, I literally spit stuff out my nose.
I don't know if it was a mosquito bite or a spider bit me or something. I've been doing jazz hands randomly for no reason.
I lost my crap when I was dying laughing, I couldn't even handle it. That was so random and so awesome, and so I'm in here by myself laughing maniacally out loud. So my neighbors are probably like, is she nuts or what? That was so funny though. I loved it. I was like, that is seriously awesome. I haven't heard somebody say jazz hands in a long time.
Wait until I sniff
since some Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I was about to say, wait till I sniff my armpits and say superstar.
Oh God. That's some funny stuff. Robin is in the house. He says food and weed.
Well, yeah, he's cornered the market on that.
Yeah,
Do you think they will ever legalize weed for the trucking industry?
I will have a problem with that if they do. That's insane.
Yeah.
And I do kind of come off my rocker when there's people in the chat trying to talk about that a little bit. I think that's extremely irresponsible, and you should be ashamed of yourself if you partake in that kind of thing while you are operating this machinery, because you
There's
are
nothing,
responsible for other people's safety. And
there's
that's,
nothing worse than smelling it at the truck stop, because you know that's somebody that doesn't care about themselves or the people around them.
yeah, like I almost wish I had the power to revoke someone's licenses at times, because I see some really dumb stuff. And I'd love to be like, yeah, you lose. Even if we had some, this would go nuts, but I'm just talking.
Right.
When you see things like the 5 guys get out of the cab at the truck stop, stuff like that. Stuff that's
Oh,
just
the
I don't even
5 guys that
know.
share one driver's license.
Yeah. Like, stuff like that. I would love to be like, okay, at this point I have to make a citizen's arrest. Like, I'm calling it.
Oh, trust me, if the government said we are now hiring for DOT officers, $100,000 a year, I would join in a split second.
Well, they're hiring DOT officers.
Yeah, but they make $12,000 a year.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a lot less money.
With
But,
union benefits, so you get to be proud badge wearing slave of the system.
If a truck, okay, let's just say Sterling went DOT officer, okay? People wouldn't have a chance. Like, because he's been there, he knows it in and out. He's been the owner operator, like he's been there. Like, those guys don't have a chance against a DOT officer like that.
No. Trust me, Shannon, there's stuff that I spot going down the highways that drive me. The biggest thing that drives me nuts is the axles on a trailer. Sometimes the bearings, the bushings go bad on a trailer, and
Yeah.
you'll see one axle just kind of dancing down the road a little bit. It only takes a couple years of that action happening till that axle falls off.
I've seen some wobbly wheels, and I've been like, and I'm on the CB, and they don't have a CB. I'm like, I'm like, your wheel's gonna come off. Or I've even passed RV guys towing RVs with a shady wheel situation going on, and I can't seem to communicate.
There was an RV that I was following. There, Burning Man just ended about a week ago, and there was a motorhome towing a car on a dolly, and one of the back tires on the car had popped, and he was dragging the car with a flat wheel, but the wheel had popped, the rim had worn out, and he was literally dragging the car on the rear bumper and on the frame, shooting sparks and flames everywhere. And I caught up to him. I'm limited. I can't really haul ass to catch up to people, but I'm like, hey, stop. And he got pissed and he took off. He drove faster. And then an hour later, the car was on fire, and the fire was quickly spreading to his RV. I was like, okay.
That's a brother who think he's so scared of that towing bill or some kind of situation like that.
Yeah.
The only electricity the water plant requires is for a little chlorine system to make sure bacteria stays in check. Yeah, that's the part that got screwed up in our system that caused all this. Pee jugs are the worst.
Oh, use Ziploc bags. God damn it.
Yeah.
Ziploc freezer bags.
I mean, Robin, you don't even understand. You don't appreciate pee jugs until you have to use one. I mean, I'm a girl, and I've learned to, I've always like, oh, that's disgusting. But you know what? Now I'm like, that's one of the most valuable things on my truck. I make sure I have
the hardest thing to learn in trucking is your own bladder.
Yeah. And then did you ever keep records? Like, did you ever be like, oh, this is the most I've ever peed in this jug, like at one time? Like, because you've held it for so long. Don't act like you guys don't.
It's embarrassing when I stand at a urinal for like a minute and a half. That's like, at that point, I'm starting to think that maybe guys are thinking I'm here like watching, but it's no, I'm draining, 5 gallons of piss.
I would think you'd be proud. You know,
Hey guys, watch me piss for 3.5
kind of
minutes.
kept it up there and just like hang out for 5 minutes.
No. Unfortunately.
Truman says, I agree. No weed while on duty, but when on a 34 or vacation, I should be able to.
That's the thing is I agree with that statement, at least on a 34. But, are we talking the first hour of a 34, the last hour of a 34, and all that stuff?
Yeah, that's,
You need at least 12 hours of recovery after drinking alcohol, smoking weed, a little bump of Coke.
I don't know about the Coke part, but I heard, okay, so when you drink alcohol, the rule is 4 hours, right?
I think 6 hours, I think.
I think that's a little.
And SST says I'm a Fed.
He does.
Yeah. Only because I said that I pissed off a lot of people when I said Trump is actually part of the swamp.
I don't trusting anything in our authority figures anymore is very.
I'm way too cynical now.
Yeah, me too. Jack Knife says, LOL, fed. Robin says, disposal of jugs, don't leave them in. Well, yeah, don't
No,
be a pig.
Yeah, you're supposed, if you have to use a jug, empty it properly, dispose of it properly.
Yeah. Can you hear Dee Dee?
I hear a sad doggy.
She's crying. Mrs. Richardson is in the house. Let me go. I think she probably has to use the bathroom. So if you'll
that sounds like a act of that is a desperate doggy there in the background. Hope kids are doing okay. We're hanging out with Shannon today. I am Sterling Wheel. My channel is called Sterling Wheel. It's been named a few other things in the past, but today we're hanging out with the ladies. We're enjoying ourselves a little bit of derby times, a little roller derby with Shannon. She's hanging out at home waiting for word on her truck. I'm distracting her while her dealership takes the new tires off her truck and sells them. And you'll hear her dog in the background misbehaving. We're hanging out today.
Sorry, if I would have muted it like a good host. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I was just talking over. And I got this button over here. I can just go full on channel 19. There's Shannon. Or there's me. Shannon needs more time to take care of dogs. I'll get to a few comments that Shannon might have missed. I wish I could pull them up.
I'm figuring this stuff out. You'll
figure it out. OSN that's in the house. One of my neighbors has a gator, had put it in storage because of property management, doesn't want them there. Oh, that sucks to have a brand new John Deere gator and you're got a friggin' SST Sterling's channel is basically a fed honey, but how dare you? Maybe I am. Just don't call him Shirley. That's from the movie Airplane, the important documentary that you should all watch. What else we got here? Comment some more so I can read them. I got a little bit lost. I can see the comments. I just can't pull them up, kids. Mrs. Richardson was in the house. Robin's in the house. Don't call him Shirley. Tolga, Call of Duty 4 vibes, Robin. Call of Duty 4. That's an old game. I used to be a video game fanatic, but anymore, I ain't got time for it. I actually have a new guitar that I've been playing around with. And yesterday I learned the song Rumble by Link Ray. I'm actually getting better at it.
I wanted to know about that. Like, are you putting in some diligent hours and practice?
No, Shannon, I haven't. But I sat down an hour yesterday or the day before yesterday, and then today I will do another hour. I learned pretty quick. It's just these big old trucker fingers, or I don't know how Snorlord can noodle around on that axe. My fingers are lazy from playing bass guitar, which some people say bass guitar is actually a little bit more crazy to play, but my fingers are fat and calloused from trucking. And
I know. I was always amazed by that because a lot of the guitar players that I knew had man hands, right? And I've got these little tiny skinny fingers, and I would be like, I would have trouble just doing it just right, you know. And
it's muscle,
just like Snorlord does, just
it's muscle memory and it's pattern recognition. Basically, once you get that down, it's fine.
Yeah. So I don't even have a guitar anymore. Once in a while at campfires over the summer, a couple of years ago, I would, pick one up and tinker around with it and play like whatever I remember.
Sure.
But that's all I got left. Like
Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and Smoke on the Water.
Smoke on the Water, a little bit of Ride the Lightning, some Pink Floyd, a little bit of that, a little Boogie Woogie, walk up and down the thing, and Stairway to Heaven, a little bit of that.
Okay.
Just bits and pieces. That's all I got.
So,
that's it.
So when Jeffrey has a like trucking shindig next year, and Snorlord's invited, and I'm invited, and we got to get you on guitar, get Wife Lord on bass guitar. We need somebody to play drums.
Leave it to the Lord family because they actually know what they're doing. I just I dabbled, but I'm if that's totally like they can play a whole song. I can just like play a sample of something.
Right.
But because I just listen.
In other words, you're a rhythm guitarist.
Yeah. Like my biggest influence was seeing the uncles at the campfires, and they were into country music, right? So they would do like the 3-chord songs.
Yeah.
And everybody's singing, and that was what really turned me on about it. Like I always wanted to be at least that, like, but people don't do that anymore. It's not like, oh yeah, we all know this song. Like, here, let me like
attention spans are completely gone.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're sitting around with maybe a bunch of older schoolers, and you're going back to the some Johnny Cash tunes and things like that, right? We know those, we can sing those together. But unless you're in like-minded crowd that can handle that kind of thing, you're never going to get anybody on the same page and be like, oh, that's a good old song. Unless people are really like, I think just country music is do that with, because everything else is sampled out and complicated and auto-tune and studio, produced and all that. It's just not the same.
I heard that Snorlord is selling his truck in order to get an old school bus, and him and his wife are going to travel the country like the Partridge Family and sing death metal. So somebody needs to buy his truck.
Who said that?
I did.
Oh, I thought you were reading a comment. I was like, wouldn't that be funny if that's what they decided to do and hit the road?
Yep.
Or, I mean, you and Red Lady, I heard that you might be entertaining going out eventually.
Yeah, we've got a few plans. Things have changed though recently. I can't really go too much into the details, but yeah,
I thought that was funny.
I'm telling you, he's gonna get an old. Wait, he used to be a school bus driver. He's already qualified.
That's why it's even more funny.
Oh my god!
And literally, like, he can do his job from anywhere.
I keep telling him Starlink they have an RV version. You can do your job from anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rick Nadal says, I can hear your heartbeat.
And when are we going to have Jeff Lord t-shirts?
Oh, I don't know.
He's part of the Lord family.
Jeff is very upset at Snorlord because he doesn't have a guitar pick.
I have a few, but I have misplaced them.
I have mine because I'm a good fan. Okay. I don't have the hat, so I'm not, I still need to order the hat. You have the hat.
I got the hat, and then I have the Jeffrey like guitar pick, so I beat you there.
Snorlord gave me the guitar pick when he came into my truck to visit me when I was at that over there by
I
his
remember
place.
that live, yeah.
Yeah, and that was super fun. And like I can't wait to do that again. I really wanted to meet with Lord that night, but she was like, "Yeah, you guys are just going to talk about trucking and that sucks." So I don't want to go.
Trucking does suck. Oh my god, this trucking sucks. But I'm telling you, talk to Jeff. Talk to Jeff. We need a like trucking shindig next year at the farm.
I know we always mention that, right? When he's live, like when, getting together and things like that. But can you get a bunch of truck drivers together?
No. Unless you want to complain about the prices of fuel, the prices of freight, or the weight of DEF fluid. That's the only time
that's getting us all to stop at the same time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's like the whole company shuts down for an event and then we're all getting there, right? I mean, it's a great idea, but
it would take
to do it is another thing.
It would take an act of God and a declaration of emergency.
Yeah. So I think the only way to do it is to go in shifts. Like a couple of us will be there. Jeff will. He'll hang out with us. He'll go out to dinner with us. We can go shooting or snowmobiling or whatever. And then, we got to do it in shifts. So everybody kind of makes
hopefully
their way
at the same time, shooting and snowmobiling.
Shooting while snowmobiling.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I can understand that. But the town that he's in, probably that wouldn't be a good idea. You'd be in jail faster than anything. Like
you just got to make sure you're wearing a police uniform when you do it.
Yeah. His town is near my town, but they're well funded. Okay, we are not. So big difference.
Oh, their water doesn't burst into flames if you heat it too much?
No, they are not on the same water system as us. No.
Okay.
No, they're good over there. Property value's high. Everybody's living great, and it's all clean, and the police are on the job.
Good times.
And there's plenty of them. DIY Semi is in the house.
Oh, you got royalty.
Waving, hand pink waving. Tolga, I'll make.
Yeah, on StreamYard, we can't see the emoticons.
Oh. And I don't have the phone. Can you read that? Because my phone is. Oh, here's my phone. And it was around here somewhere.
Good going, DIY. Completely crashed the show.
Ah! I got to pull it up on YouTube. This guy on YouTube, Valuetainment guy.
Yes.
He just put out a video 4 hours ago. It says global water crisis, why Michael Burry is investing in blue gold. Do we have a global water crisis? Like, has the experiment here in Flint, Michigan expanded to someone's brain to go ahead and, hey, let's just do that again, but on a bigger scale? So
yeah, they've taken the focus off of water, and now it's electricity. Everything's about electricity nowadays. Valuetainment is run by Patrick Bet David. It's actually kind of a pretty good show. He shares some pretty
Well, I
spicy.
love the guy. I love it. He's a great speaker. I love to listen to him talk. He's
Yeah.
you know.
He was in the insurance industry and sold off a company, so he kind of does his own thing now.
I'm proud of him. He's about success.
Sold off a company.
He's about like talking about successful stuff. Oh, Tolga and I'll make you uncomfortable. Okay, he's waving at Robin and Tolga. That's what that was.
Yeah.
With big pink hands.
Yep. Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
I've never done jazz hands before. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was dying, Sterling.
No idea what you're talking about.
I
would never sacrifice my dignity for a cheap party trick.
This is real. Like, I almost literally called you so you could hear me laughing because I was cracking up. And you were going to be live. So you would have heard me just go like this. Like, that's how I was laughing.
No, I would never sacrifice my dignity for something like that. Never happened.
Oh, it was hilarious. Austin Lloyd is in the house. He says, evening. You can do it on the live chat. Just don't let Wheelburner sing.
Wheelburner. When we do the Jeffrey shindig, the trucking shindig.
Robin says, I love shooting when it's really cold. It cracks the air.
It does. Yeah. Yeah, guns sound a lot different in cold air. I don't know anything about weaponry, so don't ask.
Right. Nice baseball shirt. Robin says, we have a lack of water here in Manitoba. It's a third world country. Bad here.
Really? Much like everything else, just drill deeper. Donnie's saying DIY is in the house.
Six says, actually, it was in the news this week about Japan flushing the Fukushima reactor contamination into the ocean. Oh.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie. Yeah, that's what they said about our water. Oh,
yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Like,
but they said it with a Japanese accent, though.
Yeah. Instead of storing it like they had been.
Oh, DIY semi needs you to finish that sentence.
Oh, what does it say? Drill deeper. That's what she said. That's what she said. Jokes are okay in here, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
I appreciate people trying to be gentleman-like and stuff.
Well, DIY patented that, so as long as he gives you permission.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's a lot of time. I'll just be listening to you guys talk all the time, and that pops up like a million times because you guys always say stuff that I can be like,
it's hard when we start talking about trucking and lubrication and connecting fifth wheels, and yeah, it's hard not to just. That's what she said.
I know. It's all good though. It's all good. Even here, like it's okay. It's okay. I got thick skin. I do have a great sense of humor, and I can handle it. So I know everybody's so careful and gentlemen like in here. It's okay to cut up, all right, guys. Like just be yourselves. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
Robin says that's why the wife is uncomfortable.
Because you guys are running out of water.
Buy
some more bottled water.
Yeah. Pretty soon we're gonna have to buy air in a bottle.
DIY Semi is recruiting. Anyone need a job? I need help. I know
I tried to send you a great person, but there's your insurance company has got rules.
It's tough. If once you reach 2 years experience, then the gates open. The floodgates open for trucking. But for anyone that owns a company, it is so hard to hire good people, qualified people.
DIY, here's the link if you want to come in. You can come in and cry about it.
Tolga's saying there's a protest in Japan against that event, but it seems like it doesn't change the result. Protests don't change anything. One of my favorite YouTube channels, I think it's Epic Trucking Fails. He was showing these protesters were protesting this oil company, and they interviewed some guy, and it's like, this is cooking oil. They're protesting cooking oil. I thought it was so funny.
Let me ask this, and I guess I'll just kind of throw it out to maybe people that watch the news because I really don't connect anymore. I try not to. What is the last protest that anybody's seen that actually accomplished something?
Boston Tea Party, the original one, into the harbor.
That's the most recent. You know, because
I'm sure
unless I'm ignorant of some of them, like I don't know of anyone that's actually accomplished its goal. It's raised awareness, yes, but not changed anything, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So if anybody knows of one, like
I'm sure we just pissed off the entire internet with that statement, but I'll stand behind it.
I wish I was that popular, but here we go. We have
Speaking of popularity,
protesting is stupid. It doesn't do anything. Did you see what the United Auto Workers just asked for in their next contract?
Ooh, no, do tell.
Yeah, prediction: United Auto Workers is the next to make the auto companies fold. They asked for, hold on, a 46% pay increase, return to traditional pensions, a 32-hour work week but still get paid for 40, and an end to the tiered wage structure.
That's how we do
Wait,
it.
where? Who, where, when, what?
The United Auto Workers that are about to go, that they're talking about going on strike for their new contract.
Yeah, that's big over here. That's really big over here.
Yeah, it's about to not be. It's about to be a lot bigger in like Mexico and maybe Korea, and Japan.
Yeah. So
it's about to be as big as Yellow Freight.
You think that they got fired up by what that Teamsters union just did over there? You think they just got excited and empowered?
You gotta, but at a certain point, you gotta understand, like, how much can they pay?
Right.
They're already, we're bailing them out every 10 years. They lose money hand over fist. No more sure way to force your employer out of business, and then who are they going to come crying to but the rest of us to bail out their pensions and all that crap? Like, how many times are we going to do this? How many damn times are we going to do this?
I think this also has something to do with the fact why there is a pickup truck is $65,000.
Wait, you found a brand new pickup for $65,000?
Or 70 or 80.
I haven't seen one for like less than 80.
So on that note, I would say, and they've got robots working in the plant, so they're saving a crap ton of labor dollars there. And so then they raise the prices to ungodly prices for these vehicles. So in that perspective, I'd say, yeah, they can afford to pay what little human beings that they have left some more money. That's what they're thinking. I'm thinking that's what they're thinking. I'm not backing it up. I'm not saying that's my opinion. I'm saying that's probably their justification.
Way to backpedal.
Because
toss a grenade and backpedal.
Because I'm not a union. I'm not a union fan. Okay, so I'm just not.
I heard you were the one trying to unionize like trucking.
No. You
gotta have more than like 6 employees for that, right?
Yeah, but well, that would be like trying to unionize the trucking industry, like all of us together. We're all in different places, but trying to get us to do the same thing. That's not going to happen. Mm-hmm. I'm not a union person. Like, I try to be a merit-based, my belief system is like, you work hard, you get paid, you get rewarded type person.
What is this, 1935?
Yeah,
No, this is you stay home, make all your money on the internet, and blame your parents.
Right. Yeah. Well, I know I'm old school, right? So, But yeah, this is a big, this union business is a big area for that. And I've never been
Yeah.
about it because, I had to compete with those people when I was working in the offices for engineering, like I was talking about.
Yeah.
Like
We're about
they
to
don't,
fix all
they
that
don't
for you.
we were
Take care of
contracted.
that for you. This is what Detroit's going to look like. This is the bridge going into Windsor. This is what it's going to look like in about a year.
That's funny. What bridge is that for real?
That's the Windsor Bridge.
Oh, it
for real.
really is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's I can paint pictures of the future.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What in Sterling, what do you got going back there? It looks like you got some kind of protest going on back there.
Oh no, I strike fear into the hearts of Spanish people.
Okay.
They got
Can
it
I-
coming. This is Detroit circa 2024.
Yep.
Behind me. Bread lines. Free coffee.
The UAW will strike against Detroit automakers if deals aren't reached by Thursday.
Yay. Let's further cripple an already crappy economy. Yay.
You know what's funny though? I mean, at least up here in Flint, like they have literally just about, we have the truck plants up here, okay? They literally have automated about 80% of that plant
Mhm.
with robots, and they're
Can
quite
you-
impressive.
Can you blame them? Robots don't ask for a 46% wage increase.
No, that's exactly why.
And
because
health
the
insurance
union
till you
was
die.
the union is very strong up here, so that's
Yeah.
exactly why they did it, because they couldn't get away from it any other way than having the machines take it over, and then being like, oh, we're not violating your contract.
Mm-hmm.
And so now how they like if they need to hire people in there, you got to get in through a temp agency. They'll run you as a temp. And then, if a spot ever becomes available, then, they pick a best temp that they had,
That's how I
But-
pick my wives.
try them out first.
Mhm. Temp agency. Send me a few. We'll pick one.
We'll see which one can hang out the longest, like who survives the gauntlet. Right?
Mhm.
Before the government, DIY used to support Ukraine.
Racked up a lot of airline miles. I'm just saying.
They're saying key demands from the union have included a 40% hourly pay increase, a reduced 32-hour work week, a shift back to traditional pensions, the elimination of compensation tiers, and restoration of cost of living adjustments, among other items on the table. How is that sustainable?
I'll go for cost of living adjustments. A 40% pay increase is well beyond a cost of living adjustment.
Yeah.
Go back to the cost of living adjustment. You're talking maybe a 10% pay increase. Where's the money supposed to come from? That's the thing.
Are they purposely doing this because a year from now they can say, we are too big to fail, give us money?
Who knows?
Are we reliving 2007?
Hope not. That was a bad year.
So with all this knowledge of everything seemingly circling the drain, what do we do as give us some financial advice there, DIY? What do we worry about this? How do we protect ourselves as normal everyday consumers?
You're not gonna. There's a way bigger agenda here. Nobody will escape it. You might as well do whatever the hell it is you want to do and be happy. Right, Shannon?
Yeah.
This ends the same for everybody, doesn't it?
Live your best life, you guys. Don't be in a miserable job. Time is too short.
Yep. They're insistent that we all end up the same, same level of broke. So be happy while you can. Do life your way.
Yeah, I mean, try to be happy. If we all gotta make the same money eventually, get started on something that you're gonna be happy doing for that same money.
Honestly, the fix is in. It's do what you want to do. Who knows? Maybe we live long enough to make it through. before the whole thing goes to crap. But you never know. Nobody knows when or where. Nobody knows the time or day, right, Shannon?
That's absolutely right. And so it's our job just to day by day, right?
You know what would piss them off the most? The powers that be is if we all start taking care of each other and helping each other out. Without them, that would just
I mean, yeah,
infuriate them.
that's kind of how I'm trying to love people where they're at and learn how to do that so that, you know.
Well, I'm over here now. I'm in the bread line. Come love me over here.
So yeah, no, I know. I'm trying to get to you. You're always like too far away. Like I'm trying, but you know, if there's anything I can do for you, I'm here. You just let me know.
Right.
You know, because there's gonna come a day, I believe, and community is gonna be more important than anything. And you know, we should practice that now, so we're ready. You know, because that's a social change for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to be a little more understanding and forgiving and caring and humanitarian like towards each other, even though we don't agree on stuff.
They can't take they can take everything from you but your mind. I mean,
Right.
if you fall for the implant, I mean, they can probably take that from you too. But for now, you know, they can't take your thoughts and your feelings.
Right.
Yeah, but they can medicate you heavily though.
They don't have to. Self-medicated. Thank you.
Well,
Are you working for Surge Transportation now?
I'm part-time trying to help them turn everything around.
Good.
So far, we're just having we get past this language barrier. I'm pretty sure we got her taken care of.
It's good to see you moving up in the world. You went from the bread line to the the telephone line.
Is it up? Is it?
A lateral move, definitely. Yeah. They got good food in India though.
Yeah, but have you ever seen Slumdog Millionaire? You got to use that porta potty at the end of the pier. Just saying, sometimes you fall through.
There's a risk involved.
There is.
Well, so can I ask you a question, DIY?
Well, you know, I like to have all my questions emailed ahead of time so I can rehearse an answer. But yeah, I'll take a chance.
You can decline if you don't want to answer. I just want to ask, like, I don't know, like, how you do your farming stuff, but if you're actually like farming and selling food and stuff like normal, is that going well for you, or are you kind of not doing that with your farm?
My family's dairy farmers. There's really never money in dairy farming.
Really?
Not really. I mean, but all the work, huh? It's
kind of like trucking.
There's a lot of similarities, but it's my two brothers run the farms, and I just help out when I can. You know, I'm able to buy beef and stuff from them when I want it or whatever, but it's most of the crops we raise go to feed the cows. So
I always wanted to ask you, DIY, with you being in the trucking industry and stuff, does your trucking company help your family with their trucking needs?
No. Oh God, no. They don't.
Okay.
Farmers don't pay their bills. Are you kidding?
Oh. They say never do business with family.
No, I don't have any trailers that like hopper bottoms. I've often thought about it, but then I got to take time away from what I'm doing, and this is what pays the bills. I don't get paid for any of that. That's all just helping family.
Yeah.
And because I like it and to get away. There's no money in any of that for me. Which is fine. I'm perfectly okay with that.
Right, but you ain't going in debt to mess around with it either.
No. I've thought about dabbling, but thought about buying combine and doing custom field work and stuff, but too many people these days don't pay their bills, man. You can't be chasing people for the money all the time.
That guy that came out to your house with the Bobcat with the trimmer and everything. What did you think about his operation?
I'm all in. I want one. I could do that myself.
I thought that was so cool.
What is it? I don't know about it. Tell me.
He gets $225 an hour, which is, in the beginning I thought that's a lot of money, but then after I saw the amount of work he can get done with it, I'm like, no, that's worth every penny.
What's his average duration on a job?
probably 6 hours.
$1,300 a day.
But then he'll go up north and spend 2 weeks at a time up there, at the same job. So it varies. I could have worked him a lot longer. I just couldn't afford it. I'm very
So
happy with the
are we
amount of
talking like a hot shot truck with a gooseneck and then equipment?
diesel pickup with a skid steer trailer. Is all
Yeah,
you
when I
need.
saw your video, it got my gears turning. I was like, man, that's so much easier than
Do
truck.
you know how many attachments they got for those things now?
It's unbelievable.
They got everything, like even mowers. Augers to drill holes, grapple buckets. You can get a backhoe attachment for the front one. Now that stuff is expensive.
Right.
I mean,
Well, it's just like Harley Davidson. The equipment's where they make their money.
yeah, that skid steer alone was probably 60,000, and then the I'm guessing that grinder was probably 30.
So all in, his investment towards his business is $100,000.
Roughly, plus the truck and trailer, but he does other things. He's an outfitter. He does, for hunting, and they have a deer farm. But see,
Right.
that's the type of thing too. You can do a couple days a week, only when people want you,
Right.
and then or around your schedule, and you can do other things. But no, I've thought a great deal about getting into stuff like that, or even I'd rather have one of those than an excavator. You can do way more stuff.
Yeah.
You can have a mini excavator and trench in water line and stuff for people. I don't want to do big time excavating. That's just a big investment.
Right. Yeah,
No,
especially when excavators are $300,000 and up.
I mean, you can plow snow. There's not a lot you can't do. The only thing it doesn't have is a PTO, but everything's hydraulic on the front. You could have a smaller tractor with a PTO if you want to do that type of stuff.
Right.
Sterling,
Yeah.
are you looking at this piece of machinery? You look like you're looking at it.
Oh, yeah. No, I've ever since I saw that video, I was like, man, I could buy a piece of equipment right now and just do odd jobs like that.
It's badass. It is. It's pretty awesome.
I'm into anything like, once I pay off my truck or whatever happens there.
Yeah.
I'm into investing into stuff like that, right? Like
Because we don't live in a society anymore where we can just do one job and ride out our entire careers.
You got to have something outside of trucking, and the amount of money you can make in trucking makes that entirely possible to do something else. If you can divide your time.
Yeah, because even to just be able to invest in the equipment so it can be, so it's not a 40-hour a week job, like a full-time job, but something that's lucrative enough to, like, let's say I could put somebody on it, go run the equipment, do the job, whatever, pay them for it, and then, wait to schedule the next one. Like, I think that is great.
Yeah.
I'd love to have that kind of stuff, but I need land. Here's where my land comes in. I need the land to put the stuff on there, to hold the inventory.
You could keep it here, and then, virtually rent free, and I could just, use it for payment for storage.
Oh, I like that idea.
Storage fees.
I like that idea. Can I put my family there for the same reason? You can kind of, put it to work.
Can they work? Can they work?
Oh yeah, they're young and
and there's new babies on the way too. You got child labor.
Yeah, I got like 7 grandkids. Like, we can get them started early. I'm just saying. You got farm boys all day long.
Wheels are spinning.
Yeah. Keep it in your noodle. Pray about it. There may come a day.
Can they drive a truck?
They will. We'll raise them that way.
Start them young.
We're going to raise them driving farm equipment and trucks. Yeah.
I was driving at 7, driving a Bobcat by 9.
There you go.
Then they'll know how to back up at least.
So
Get them started on trailers early.
I have 5 grandsons. You hear what I'm saying? 5.
Generational wealth.
You're gonna need some of that.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we can help. We can help. It's a thought. I need some land. You need some farm boys that drive stuff. I mean, we could work together. I can see it happening.
I just bought another truck.
You did?
What'd you get?
What'd you get?
18 Cascadia.
Okay. How many miles?
475. It's got a tri-pack APU. It's got an auto greaser and an auto oiler.
Interesting.
What
Yeah.
did those do? Duh.
Greasers,
like,
every so many minutes, it shoots some grease to your components, and it's perfect lubrication at all times.
So is this aftermarket?
all components?
Yeah. What's that?
Like all components?
Yeah, but you need like a really long hose for your drive shaft. I'm just saying, every once in a while, you got to back up a ways, unwind it, and start going forward again.
Okay. So,
No, just
hey, let
teasing.
me ask you about this. When you buy these trucks,
Yeah.
if you want to get a warranty on it, you can
It has
get that.
it has factory warranty to 700,000 miles, by the way.
Ooh, nice deal.
It's a good deal for somebody. Somebody needs to take it. I bought it because I thought this one guy was coming, and now I don't think he is. So whoever gets it is going to get a sweet deal.
So
I didn't put it
the
out there yet.
insurance is transferable?
The
like,
warranty?
the
Yeah, it's
warranty-
already transferred. It's already transferred.
I don't think you could do that here in Canada.
Oh, no. Here you can, this warranty, you can transfer one time.
Fuck me. A lot of home builders, they get away with that. They'll put the house in the builder's name
Mhm.
and say they put a gas fireplace or a wood stove, something, blah, 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 and it doesn't work. Once they transfer the ownership to the homeowner, the insurance is under the carrier through the builder,
Hmm.
and it's non-transferable. So
Yeah.
customer gets stuck with a lemon.
It's
Sounds about
totally different in the trucking industry, though.
No, but I think it happens up here too with trucks. I don't think you can transfer in warranty.
Interesting.
Well, that's Canada for you.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
shit. Our
I
government
I
sucks.
had thought that too. Like I thought like let's just say if I financed my truck out, right, and just took it off of the company and then put it in my company, I thought that I wouldn't be able to do that because I would lose the warranty because
It's transferable. At least some of them put like a limit, like only one time. So it could go
Okay.
from Jeff. It could go from Jeff to you, but then if you sold it, you probably couldn't transfer it.
Yeah,
That
that
keeps
makes
the
sense.
resale value of the truck higher. So, like when all these dealerships here on the West Coast that are currently selling CR England trucks that are 2 or 3 years old, they all have the balance of their factory warranties, and they sell those trucks for $100,000 and up for a 2-year-old truck.
Yeah.
and then but then as Eve okay, so you would get that manufacturer warranty come with it, and then you would purchase an extra one, right?
If you
For
had
yourself,
If you had
for
to.
yourself, if you wanted to, right? Okay.
Aren't you limited? You have to get that extra insurance right away, or could you get it later on?
You can get it depends on which warranty you go. You can get some of them. You can get it later on. You just need a vehicle inspection.
Yeah, for me it was premium 2000, I believe. They worked with me pretty well, but they want all of your maintenance and service history.
They're all getting to be like that. Yeah.
I can't blame them. I mean, it's you got to make
Shenanigans.
sure.
Well, it's strategic shenanigans is what it is.
Strategery.
Yeah.
Strategery. I mean, it makes sense.
Hmm.
If I were the warranty provider, I would want a way to screw you out of it. Like, hey, you didn't do this, so we don't have to pay for it.
You missed an oil change by 3,000 miles. So what?
Yeah,
Thanks for playing.
and that's it. That's it. So I get it, and I have to be very, very on top of making sure I don't screw up what I have. So I do not play about it. Like everything will be done according to what the rules are.
Are you still in a hotel? No, you're home.
I'm home.
Get
Yeah,
your-
this is my ghetto curtain, temporary curtain.
Did you get your EPU fixed?
That's what this live was about today. The
Yeah, I don't pay
update.
attention.
Okay, that's okay. I'm just grateful that you find time to pass through. The shop this morning was my last conversation with them. They are still working with Navistar to figure out the final diagnoses because, as far as they can tell, everything physically looks fine. It's not cooling though. They're guessing before Navistar, they have a business case open with Navistar. They're guessing right now that the unit did not have enough Freon in it, and so it probably damaged it somehow. So everything works fine except for it's not cooling. And when I went in there, I of course told them, like, out of my naivety, like, I just think you need to put Freon in it. Like, that's what it's acting like. And so they're like, well, it's a closed system. You can't just charge it up like a regular car or whatever. So this is day 3. They're still working with Navistar to figure out what needs to be done here exactly. And as of last night, the girl told me that they were thinking that they may just have to take the whole thing out and put a whole new one in there. Apparently because they can't seem to trace down what the real problem is, I'm guessing. And so now we're looking at that. So today, I'm waiting for the call right now that they have to call me with what they're going to do, assuming that's if they're going to or have to replace this whole thing. And then I got to determine the timing, or they have to tell me the timing on that, because I need to go get my truck and get back to work until they get the part in or whatever that they determine. So
Are you under a load?
no. No, I came home on my 34 to go to my daughter's baby shower on Saturday. And so I needed to handle this because it's obviously been an issue, and I don't want to idle my truck no more because it's happening too much, and it's already happened too much. So I'm trying to solve the problem. Better to do it. The dealership is 2 miles down the road and I'm home. So I figured, okay, we'll go ahead and knock this out so I can stop whining about it and stop idling my truck and all this other stuff. So now that what I thought was going to be a quick recharge or something has turned into 3 days, and the Navistar company's involved.
Have you tried getting a second opinion?
This is my 3rd dealership, and
Same shit.
pretty much has had the same situation.
Have you
with each
tried
one.
physical threats?
Not yet. Not yet.
Find some
Remember this phrase.
BFIs.
Tell them, I'll throw this damn place out in the street if you don't get this fixed today.
Okay.
Or something's going to burn if you don't get on this right now.
Yeah. They'll be like, we're going to call the police. How about that?
Police are generally on your side with that.
Yeah,
If they show up.
I
that's
am
the thing.
carrying a gun. You do realize.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll be like, I'm going to stick this pen in my eye if you don't.
You don't hurt yourself.
No.
So,
All right, let's try this again.
Yeah.
Shannon, you got
wait,
this
I
all
meant
backwards.
their eye. I'm going to stick that. No, see, once I threaten someone else, then it's a crime. So.
She's
I don't know.
got that Michigan logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me put some arsenic in my own water.
Yeah.
Drink this antifreeze if you don't. tell
Mhm.
me.
Yeah. I'll drink this cup of Flint water if you don't get my truck out of here.
I'm going to go swimming in that Flint River if you don't. Right?
I brought you guys some coffee
Yeah.
and free donuts.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. How
Put
about
some X-Lax in their coffee. Bring them free coffee. Put X-Lax in it.
hey, we don't even got to go that far. It's just the Flint water from the tap, right? Let me give you some of that.
I tell you what you do. The next time you're standing at the parts counter and they got that little Lucas Oil display where you get to turn the gears and compare Lucas Oil to the just swipe it off the counter and say, I demand my truck right now.
I mean, they'll give it to me. I'm sure they don't want to do the work, right? All the dealerships.
That's exactly what this is. Because trust me, nobody's been paid overtime to deal with your problem.
Because it's all nice, Robin. It's all under warranty, and from word on the street from the dealerships is they don't like to do warranty work. So,
will they wash the truck before they give it back to you?
No.
Weird.
I feel like I need to start charging you overtime.
I mean,
This has gone on, like, this is affecting me now.
Yeah, it's out of hand. But
well, I noticed the price of gasoline and oil and stuff has increased ever since Shannon stopped. So I think she's ruining America right now.
I think it happens every time I stop. So yeah, I apologize, but I've got to get this handled because it's gotta come to an end, because I'm at the point where if I don't, then I have to make a decision on making a major purchase of an APU. That's really where I'm at. I am not going to die and keep idling my truck. I've spent thousands of dollars. I've idled my truck way too many hours as it is. It's got to stop. So I decided.
Have you tried protesting?
Not yet. Not yet. If I thought that was going to be effective.
Honestly, Shannon, as the first owner of the truck, brand new, still got the plastic on the seats, I wouldn't worry about idle times and all that stuff. And you ain't going to live in that truck. You've got a 3-year plan. Idle that. I would never shut the ignition off on that truck.
Well,
this is only $5 a gallon.
Yeah.
No, but I listen to you guys, okay? I listen to you.
That's
and
your shortcoming.
Cash and all you guys talk about, and all of you say, "Oh,
listen, I only survived in trucking because I was really good at a siphon hose."
Shannon, only suckers pay for fuel. Let's start with that, okay?
At least diesel's better than siphoning gas.
It's not in me, guys. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I couldn't. I mean, it probably gets done to me, but
Find some flip flop, walking around as he goes to the gas station, just start pouring it in.
I got to answer for that deed. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying karma has its sights on you?
Yes, and I'm saying you reap what you sow, and what goes around comes
Carney
around.
has his sights on you? What'd you say?
Yes, that's what he said. And so what goes around comes around, right? And I can't do it. It's not in me.
She's the only person in Flint, Michigan with a heart.
I'm a sucker, I guess. I pay for fuel. And I'm burning too much of it out with this issue. So why not try to get it handled while I'm 2 miles away, while I can be at my home and try to have that handled, right?
Well, at least you get to spend time with family, at least. Think of it that way.
If everybody driving a hood truck's getting 5 miles a gallon and idling bumps you down from 8 to 6.5, how come you can still make it? Or it's so hard on you? You're still getting 1.5 miles better than they are.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I mean, I'm still surviving, and I'm still making profit. So
Are you bashing people that have hood trucks?
No,
Sounds kind of like that.
I mean, I can only tell you what I'm doing, okay? I don't know. I've never driven a hood truck, and of course, I don't know how they do it. But I can only tell you that I'm okay with what I got.
You're just inventing a whole new Olympic sport here today of backpedaling. Can you do the Tour de France backwards?
I'm just trying to be kind and cover my butt. I don't want to offend nobody. What can I say?
Start with, I'm sorry.
There's other people saying there's no freight neither, but guess what? I'm
buried in it. I don't know how they can't find freight, man. Jeepers Christ. This is banging right now.
Right. So I'm like, does that make me a something because I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because I'm busy, you know.
I can see
Ultimately, it's a failure to network. Anytime somebody can't find freight or something, it's just a failure to network. Expand your horizons. Talk to people. Talk to brokers. Don't just
If you
book
don't ask, you
loads.
don't know.
First,
That's
learn
the
how to talk.
biggest
First,
thing I've learned in life is if you don't ask. And the wife gets so uncomfortable with me when I start asking people questions. Like, I'll go into a store, be like, hey, could I get a deal on this? She's like, what the fuck? That's the price. That's what you're gonna pay. I'm like, well, if you don't ask, you don't fucking know. So you gotta network around. Like, maybe I can get it cheaper somewhere else.
yeah, first learn how to talk to people, and then talk to people.
That's a big
Yeah,
one.
People talk to people like if they're a human being.
Yeah, because you don't know. Like it's what they don't tell you. But if you ask, you might just find out what they're not telling you, right?
When you're
Exactly.
when you're calling a customer, asking them if, about their freight and if there's any way you can help them, fight the urge to say come on, or fight the urge to finish every sentence with 10-4.
Right? Oh,
So when I call a broker, I don't say breaker telephone.
That's right.
Breaker,
You don't say how about it? How about it? How about it, there, broker? What you got? Come on. How about it, broker? You got it if you want it. Come on with it.
yeah, I talk to people like they're people. Like I don't let it intimidate me. And so on the question of like why
how do you talk to AI phone like people? You know, when you call some business and it's obviously a computer talking to you, how do you talk to them like people?
I don't talk to them.
Talk sexy. Talk to them.
I try to be nice because one day they're gonna come after us. All those people yelling at Siri and all that other jazz that they have, people sitting there yelling at it. Well, AI's recording that. You're going to be the first person that robot's going to kill.
I won't speak to those situations. Like, I deal with the people where I can talk to people. Like, I don't like
00000 on your phone. Normally you get a person, a human being on your phone.
Oh, I'm
keep hitting zero.
Who wants that?
Like, I'll get the person. I gotta talk to a person. I can't do those automated systems make me insane. But when it comes to brokers, like if there are people complaining that all the freight's gone, like I'm not trying to be a jerk, but then why I mean, it might not be the best freight or ideally, but it's not gone. Like there's still something for you to drive out there. I think what people are getting,
they're getting picky.
It's a big country. Change your market.
Yeah, and I think what's really crazy to me though, you guys, is that there are company drivers sitting for so much, right? That's been kind of surprising to me that company drivers are sitting. Like, I guess it's like, to me, it's like, why aren't the companies finding spot freight to move their drivers if that's the case? I don't know why they just let them sit.
There might be stipulations in their pay structure that allow them to sit. But
some places don't even look. They wait for customer freight,
Yeah.
At any cost. And some places are just incompetent. The level of incompetence is astonishing.
So if the customer freight is, they choose to have their driver sit and wait, right? Because it's a dedicated account, right? That's what you're talking about. I'm just trying to understand it.
Well, if they send their truck to New Jersey and, they don't have a customer load for 2 days, but they definitely have one, they're not going to, they may decide, no, we're not pulling a cheap broker load out of there. We'll just wait for a customer load.
They're not going to burn their customer just because.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I mean, because I was like, why the heck aren't they moving that truck, right? But
Shannon, why don't you start hauling cars? There's fucking good money in hauling cars. Get a nice enclosed trailer.
I see what those guys kind of have to deal with out there, and
you just have to learn how to start the cars and get inside them.
Yeah, I guess what's never really been attractive of it to me is that like you gotta even when it's cold out, you gotta climb up there and you gotta do all that stuff. And then on top of that, what looks ugly about it is their parking. Like them guys have
That's a tough job. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
tough
a
job.
tough job to park that thing, man. I see what they go through, and I'm like, oh Lord, do I want to go through all
Yeah,
that?
claims and losses are huge on that too.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I talked to one of those drivers because I was like, well, how much do you make a year? You know, this is like fresh. This is like while I was still in CDL school. I'm out there like working the grounds trying to find truck drivers. How much money do you make? You know, and so I thought them guys made like lots and lots of money. And he said, well, I make about 90 grand a year. He said, but he said, literally, if I scratch one of these cars, like it can cost me $10,000. So he said it's really expensive in that respect. And so sometimes, yeah, dents happen, stuff happens to Ecos, and it all falls on me. And so that kind of really turned me off about it. I'm like, yeah.
When Tesla first started building cars there in California, there was a lot of owner operators that started pulling Tesla cars. And one guy rolled a trailer full of Teslas.
Ooh.
And it put him completely out of business with that one single claim. And Teslas are, if you ever try to insure a Tesla, it doesn't take much to write one off.
And they're heavy. You can't fit very many of them on a trailer.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So
you won't see too many owner operators hauling Teslas right now. Tesla actually has built their own trucking company around it.
Yeah. Does anybody know a Tesla driver? That would be an interesting interview.
I actually do, but I can't disclose information. He actually works for Tesla. He's driving those new Teslas right now. The money's not really good at it. He's making, I think, $32 an hour, but the benefits are really good. He only works 6 hours a day, 5 days a week.
I have a Tesla story. I know a guy who's using one as a cab up here in Canada. Okay,
as a cab, what do you mean?
Like a taxi.
Like Uber.
Oh, okay.
He uses it as a taxi. It's a legit company taxi, okay? But we call them cabs up here.
Yeah, that's actually good, right? He's probably actually making a good profit margin because of
No, he's not. Because in the dead of winter, say it's February, like say 15th, February 15th, he'll plug his car in and it says it's fully charged. As soon as he unplugs it, he has maybe 3/4, 50% because of the cold. As soon as he pulls it out of the garage, he loses all that power.
The biggest reason behind that is that the Tesla will try to warm its own batteries. And how do you do that without using electricity? It has to use its own electricity to warm the batteries.
And then you got to use your heater now because it's not being heated by coolant. You know,
so what opinion do you guys have about these semi trucks being caught on fire?
let them burn.
We've been hearing about that for years. I remember when they first started putting EGR and the particulate filters on trucks, they were burning like crazy.
I'm just saying, sometimes you got to burn it down to make the payment.
Yeah.
Like Greek lightning or Jewish lightning.
Hey, my kind of lightning doesn't discriminate. It settles any financial issue.
It's called CDL lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, there's
hack
been
our financial
times
lightning.
I wish I could.
But here's the problem: if it burns to the ground, how do you make it to the river?
Well, you don't want to make it to the river. Fire cleanses all,
Oh, okay, so fire's better than the river.
in my opinion.
Burn the witch. Burn the witch.
I mean, there's probably less evidence. Just saying.
Fire wipes out fingerprints.
Right.
Just make sure you don't have a stack of phone books in your fucking truck. This one guy tried to burn his truck down. He put a stack of phone books. You know how hard a phone book is to burn?
Yeah.
He had a stack. Oh yeah, the insurance company got him. Yeah, insurance fraud.
I don't know.
I'm sure it happens a lot out here.
Robin, are you in the comments or was this before you popped in? Were you making comments while you were in here?
No, I can't make comments while
That's
I'm in
somebody
here.
else.
Or is that the uncomfortable wife?
WCF
Don.
Invader says, fun fact, all vehicles lose efficiency in the wintertime. I had a Gen 1 Tesla back in the day and it only costs, or I only lost 10 to 20 miles in the Iowa winters.
Iowa? Fuck, come up here to Canada. A lot different up here, bud. Drive minus 45 on a good day.
I think, I don't know. That's going to be quite interesting to see how all that stuff pans out with these trucks, right? And the direction of the
And then
future.
do we have the infrastructure to power these trucks all at the same time?
No, we do not.
Nowhere
That's
near.
good. We're going to blow the grid.
Don't. People can't understand that. That's kind of the object. It's the agenda.
That's
They'll,
the downfall.
they'll claim it's a national emergency, and then they'll throw a whole bunch of money at building nuclear power plants again, and we relive the '60s all over again.
So let me tell you about something
Green Mile
that
Island.
I saw yesterday. I was downtown in downtown Flint, going to the Secretary of State's office over the RV thing, right? And the parking, they installed these new weird looking parking meters. They're just like a stick, like a post in the ground, and they have a number on them and a little like solar panel thing, it looks like. And then there's a main pay station, another one with a thing on it. So you go in there and you pay with a card at that pay station for your stick, where your stick is at. Now, every second or third stick, there was a charging station attached to it. So I thought that was interesting. This is downtown where the courthouse is at, right? And you got all those parallel parking spaces. They have this charging things there.
So I thought cities wanted free parking for electric vehicles. So they're actually charging to park and charge, literally charge their vehicle. Plus, there's probably 2 or 3 different processing companies between both of those transactions.
Right. So I
They're
thought,
making millions of dollars
peculiar.
off of percentages of a cent.
So
wait till they get everybody on charging and then see what the price of charging is. It'll be way more than a tank of gas.
Yeah.
Do you guys pay road tax through your fuel in the States?
Yes.
They're trying to in Nevada.
Okay. Well, here in Canada, we pay road tax through our fuel. Okay. So these Teslas driving around, they ain't paying fucking road tax.
And they're heavier.
Figure that one out, eh? Our government is fucked. Sorry, Shannon, for swearing.
I meant to say here in Nevada, every time we register our personal vehicles, we have to tell the state what the mileage is on the vehicles. They haven't implemented mileage use tax yet, but I believe it is definitely going to happen.
we always have to put our mileage down, but I don't know if they do anything. I don't know if that's what the tax is from or not.
Well, how about those black boxes they put in your cars that say that'll save you insurance? They'll give you a discount on your insurance if you put these black boxes in your car. Well, these black boxes are telling the insurance companies how you drive the vehicle. Are you driving it recklessly? Are you hammering on the grass? Are you hammering on the brakes? Now they're using this as data.
That's why all you fools drive them cars and I buzz around in my tractor all day long.
Yeah, no shit, eh? Find a fucking good old 90s car.
It's
Why
still
90s?
it's still a DUI on a tractor, by the way.
If they catch you. Just say they can't drive across the cornfield so well in a squad car.
That's funny.
I pull the manure spreader behind me, and then when they start chasing me, I turn it on. Get their
There you
windshield.
go.
Learn that watching Boss Hog.
That's too funny.
Well,
Jerome Jones, international man of mystery, saying, "Wait, DIY needs help." Yes, we are gathered here today to help DIY.
Yeah, I got like three trucks right now, looking for drivers.
yeah. Why,
If
Jerome?
anybody's
Are you interested?
Yeah, one of them I just bought, and it's gonna be a pretty sweet deal. Well, they all are pretty good, but I really
Uh,
want this one for myself. But like, I can only drive one at a time.
what transmission and
Didn't
what
you
brakes you
say
got on?
that about the red one too?
What's that?
Didn't you say that about the red one too? After you got to drive it, you were like, "Yeah, I really want this one."
Yeah, but that one was never mine. That was one of my drivers. But this one's a little nicer. It's just not as pretty. It's a DT 12. And what else did you say? 228 rears.
What brakes you got on? Disc brakes?
It's drum brakes, unfortunately, but can't have everything. But the APU, since it's new, it's only got 10,000 hours on the engine, and like I said, auto greaser, auto oiler.
Is it just me, or am I the only one who likes drum brakes?
Oh, have you had disc brakes?
Yeah, I find they warp a lot quicker.
Really?
Disc brakes on a semi truck are pretty damn nice.
Yeah, and they're so cheap to replace. And they last so long.
WCF Invader saying, I'm genuinely confused why y'all hate electric vehicles so much.
Because we hate the environment.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's all about hating the environment.
I don't hate them. I just hate being told that I have to do it.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. And it doesn't like make it make sense, right? Like if we can't build the infrastructure to support it.
I just don't understand the reasoning between, okay, we're not going to drill for oil anymore, but we're going to go ahead and strip mine the earth.
Yeah, we can make like a wartime effort to make everybody get an electric vehicle and go green, but we can't make a wartime effort to, I don't know, get all the veterans, off of the street and off of drugs and in a home and, like a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
Fix our border situation, fix the economy,
And then there's figuring out how to dispose of these awful batteries.
Yeah, and then there's, like the third world impoverished countries that are digging with their bare hands in cobalt mines in the ground, poisoning themselves. And
to name a few, there's a few.
They want to build a battery plant here in fucking, Oshawa, Canada and Ontario? And the government won't fucking fund them money to build this battery plant, which could create thousands of jobs. But
it should stand on, here's my thing too, on its own 2 feet. I shouldn't have to pay for the creation and to subsidize the whole research and
development,
manufacturer, and then have to pay for the vehicle too. You're paying. How many times are you going to make me pay for that damn thing? If it makes economic sense, it'll stand on its own 2 feet, and people will want it. You can't make people want something.
Another thing that's been subsidized is government subsidized a company called Redwood. They do lithium battery recycling. They're building a plant right here next to Tesla here in Nevada. So yeah, subsidized to make electric vehicles, subsidized to recycle their batteries. Look at the company Redwood. I think it might be a good investment.
Yeah, I seen them the other day. They had an advertisement come up on my YouTube feed, and I checked them out. Yeah, that could be a really good investment. And what is it? 90% of the batteries are completely recyclable?
Yeah. As long as they're popping out of a Tesla.
No, they're doing like drill batteries, anything that uses you could put in a power tool. They're recycling those too as well.
Right.
But they do it in separate stages. They'll do a Tesla batteries, and then they'll do a stage of the power drill batteries.
So let me ask this: what are your thoughts on what I've heard some places claim that at the speed at which they're creating the smaller and smaller, more powerful battery, right, is coming very fast. So
there is a fella who has a better battery
of that. The trucks will happen, the cars will happen because the battery technology is becoming so much better, so much faster.
That's fine. Then let's have that when it's ready. It's just not ready, and we still can't charge them. They're going to overwhelm the infrastructure. They won't let us build any more plants. Whereas it's the same thing with the economy. You overwhelm the economy to collapse it. They're going to overwhelm our power grid to collapse that. And then
happening
guess
right
what?
now.
We need them even more to help us. They're trying to make us more dependent.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You're so right.
You can if you want to change people's way of life, energy and transportation is a major component of people's lives. You change that, you can nearly control all their behavior and their food supply and their currency. To get a hold of the currency through digital currency, you lose cash, you lose everything. If you lose the ability to have cash, you've lost everything.
And
There's
we're
people
like,
that disagree with that haven't sat down and thought about it yet.
we're right there.
Well, it's
It's
because
it's already being
their
done.
cell phones still work.
Well, and they don't believe in anything. It's only what's right in front of me right now. Things could never change.
It's all the ignorant people that don't fucking listen.
You are
Like
just
they listen, but they're
vitriol.
not comprehending it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
People need to wake up to see what's actually happening to us right now. It's getting bad.
Go back
I'm
to
not-
sleep and let me take control. Everything will be just fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
I promise.
Stare at your phone some more. Ignore what's, be distracted by the latest
News.
disaster.
I promise to be benevolent when I'm dictator.
Oh, good. Good.
Oh, here comes Robert.
Yeah, he's in the house,
Oh, shit.
Subsidies are the public pays to get screwed over.
basically.
100%, bro.
Six Emperor Tyrannus says they're taking away our starting fluids and brake clean now too.
Yeah, they are. Up here in Canada, they're taking all that shit away from us.
Now, is it just the chlorinated one or all of them? That and they're taking away our decongestants. Our FDA is taking our Sudafed and our Benadryl away.
Mm-hmm.
Trudeau is trying to ban.
Like they want us to get sick, like really, really sick.
Yeah.
And they want to provide us a solution after that.
Hey, can I ask a question? Another question I've had.
No, this isn't your
Tyson-
live stream.
This isn't. No, we've
Tyson
taken
closes a plant, right?
More than one.
Yeah.
Okay, help me understand that when everything is chicken.
Probably because they don't really have anything to slaughter. The birds, they have to keep killing them.
Yeah.
For the bird flu. No, I got a friend that hauls birds for JB Hunt. They have one of the biggest bird hauling contracts in the Dakotas, and all summer still, you never heard about it. They had almost every bird barn. They had to kill them all again because the bird flu keeps running through these barns.
And you're forgetting one important fact. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken.
Oh, have a drumstick and your brain stops ticking.
Yes,
I've heard of them.
And
Yeah.
so
they're cornering the market, to be honest with you.
Yes.
let me
That's
touch
what they
on
do.
Raising Cane's and
Ew.
the Chick-fil-A
Mm.
franchises seem to be growing. So how is that Tyson is closing in?
Because they
What-
use food.
what makes
they
you
use
think that's
food
chicken?
glue to make Tyson chicken.
Yeah. What makes you think that's chicken at those places?
That's all
That's
food
kind of
glue.
It's kind of what I'm trying to understand if that's correct or not.
Why
'cause
does
that-
every
that's my
tender
hunch.
wind up the exact same shape? Weird.
Mm-hmm. Funny looking birds.
Yeah. Was
I
there
know
just
why every piece of chicken is the same size. It's because they're bred that way. Trust me, I deal with Hutterite colonies. All the chickens come out the exact same fucking way. It's the way they're fucking bred, the way they're fed, and they're told that's how
Ironically,
you feed your chickens.
so do all the Hooderites.
So
Hey, I've
are
been,
You know
I've
what
been
a
to a
Hutterite
colony.
is.
I've been to a
Please know what
colony.
a Hutterite is. You're totally spot on that one.
So are there where is that chicken coming from? Are there facilities that maybe look like factories that are producing this type of thing, or are there still enough chicken farms available that
It's mostly Hutterite colonies up here.
everybody that crosses the border has a chicken underneath each arm?
That's right. There's a lot. I mean, they can't find help. A lot of these places, waged what do you call it? Inflation. They can't they say they claim they can't afford to pay them. The regulations are crazy.
The regulations are crazy. You have to feed them what they tell you.
Yeah, some of them are needed because of just the conditions in these places are just awful. If you ever saw it or smelled it, you wouldn't want to eat it.
Oh man, no, the colonies I go to, they are very restricted. You
Yeah.
can walk through there and they make you suit up.
Yeah. There's a lot of issues.
So with all that being considered, how in the world are we meeting the demand for chicken that there is?
It's just a flip flop. Okay, next it's going to be pork or beef. Now they're going to say it's mad cow, or they're going to say it's what's the swine flu. They just have you guys not noticed over the years? It's chicken 1 year or a couple years, and then it's pork the next couple years. Then it's beef. It's a cycle. They're trying to feed. They're trying to support these industries by creating viruses in the other industries. Like it's just a mind game. It's just a fucking mind.
I can see that might be part of all the big plan, but what I'm saying is at the same time, I'm seeing chicken restaurants multiply, and I'm thinking the amount of chicken that just they need, just that those chains need is incredible, let alone that all the consumers, grocery stores, et cetera, et cetera.
Shannon, you've been around this country, right? In your own little neighborhood.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really see a lot of chicken farms.
Exactly. We're getting there. You know, in your own little small town, this country is what, a couple 100 years old.
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw them break new ground for a cemetery?
Ooh.
Or seen a cemetery fill up? They're still selling plots in the same old cemeteries that have been for 100 years, yet people keep dying every day, don't they?
Supposedly.
Where's all these bodies going?
That's what I said. When they were claiming stuff, I was like,
we have lots of cemeteries out here. You just don't see them. They're way out in the boonies, out in the fucking sticks. There's lots out here. And tell you the truth, just bury me in the backyard or cremate me and throw my ashes in the field.
The world owes Charlton Heston an apology. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That was a good one, actually. Oh, that was good.
Robert says gold and silver coins are cash. Paper is promised to pay cash. If you can't make the exchange, you have no cash, just toilet paper.
Robert, they will throw their silver and gold in the streets. Haven't you ever heard that before? Right, Shannon?
Yes.
Your nothing will be any good.
That's what I'm saying. Nothing. So make room for me and the fam at the farm. We'll make this thing work in the future. We'll be able to run the farm, grow food, and survive. It'll be a team effort. I really think like community is the people laugh about it, and people make fun about people who are trying to do that now. But actually,
they don't make fun of them as much as they used to.
Yeah. And
they're going to make fun of them less and less every day going forward.
Like I spend a lot of time trying to make sure that I'm trying to consider all things that may be possible, and I've learned to appreciate the Amish people a whole lot more because I think they had it right from the get-go. So,
what's selling cocaine?
No. I mean, I don't know any Amish that sell cocaine.
You never heard of the Amish Mafia? They're some of the biggest fucking drug dealers in the fucking world. They're bigger than El Chapo, just nobody thinks about it.
I'm just thinking, they're not. At least they don't seem to be.
Who pulls over a horse and buggy with 20 kilos of cocaine?
They diversify their portfolio. We should not judge them for that.
Smart.
I mean, yeah.
So when are we going to see your new channel, Shannon? We're going to have Shannon Thomas Farming here pretty soon.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
Come on, get some chickens or something.
I'm first. I'm trying to secure 5 streams of income.
5 streams.
and then we'll go from there. And DIY would say to me right now, as he has in the past, why not 100?
Exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
down. I'm down with it.
Come on with it.
Get
You
that
know,
mailbox money.
baby steps. I want to get my 5. I got 3 so far. I just
What are they?
2 more. One is my YouTube channel. I actually finally I got real money from it.
Nice.
and of course your guys' support. Thank you all very much. The other thing is the links that I have been using and putting in my description. I have gotten some financial relief from that, so that helps.
Do you have an Amazon link in there?
It's a small one. No, but my daughter's working on that right now, so we're building a store. And we'll have
Yeah, you
that.
gotta get the young ones to figure this shit out. I can't figure it out.
Yeah, she's on. My oldest daughter's on that one, and that's going to be, so that's happening. And then, but even if it's a small income, it's something else, right? So I'm getting, I've gotten probably about $240 off of the Instacart link that I have in there, because every time somebody signs up, they get $30 in groceries and I get 10. So I've gotten about, I think just about 200 or something like that. I've gotten quite a few of those. So that equals out to money when I'm buying groceries. And
Hey Shannon, I gotta step out real quick. I got a phone call to answer.
Who?
okay.
Thank you for having me on the live show.
Thanks for co-hosting with me. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Catch you later.
All right. Thank you. And so what'd I say? My YouTube and
Your food thing.
my truck, right? My trucking company is obviously one. So that's my 3.
Okay,
That's
what
I got
are
so
your
far.
next steps? What are you planning for the next 2?
The Amazon store will be number 4, and then I would like to get a rental property or 2 under my belt.
Do you really want to deal with rental properties?
Yes.
Really?
Oh yes.
You know how much of a fucking headache that is?
I'm
Not a lot.
Are you kidding me?
I have several of them.
Okay. Do you have what is it called? We're the
Property management.
no, where people stay there and you have laws where you can't kick them out for so long.
It's not like that here.
Really? We have
Yeah.
laws up here. You can't kick them out for 6 months. And if it's winter time, what is it called? What do you call a hobo that takes over a house?
Oh, squatter.
Yeah, squatters rules. They have squatters rules up here.
They have that here too, but I mean,
They're not as strict.
dead men tell no tales. I'm just saying.
Like squatters rules up here. Like I've known people that could stay in a house for up to like 8 to 10 months just because they hit it at the right time in the winter.
Yeah,
You can't
no,
kick them out because it's winter.
it's not like that here at all. I've evicted people in the winter. People with kids. It doesn't matter.
Fuck. It's bad up here. I know a lot of
Certain
people that
states
got
are
rid of
different.
their revenue properties because of this
Certain
new law.
There's state laws, but it's not like that in this state.
Well, and that's not how I would allow anything to happen to my business. Like I'd be actively making sure that the properties are lived
Kept
in,
up and looked after.
paid attention to, so that there's no way somebody's going to get in there without being,
Well, then you'd almost have to hire a
trespassing.
property manager while you keep trucking.
Yeah.
I charge slightly less than market value, and then I explain to them, listen, I'm charging you a little less money, and you take care of the place. I don't want any problems from you. And we have a lot of just gentlemen's agreements, and I found that that's actually the better way to deal with it.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. I don't mind having a little bit less money, not to have to evict people and clean up their crap and take care of all these problems. They
Right.
appreciate it because rent has skyrocketed here, and I haven't changed my price at all. They're hundreds of dollars less per month than the other parts of the market, and I'm fine with it because I never freaking hear from them.
Right. And
They mow the lawn, everything, shovel snow.
they stay be able to afford
Do
to
they
live
bring
there.
their own mowers or do you provide?
I give them a mower to use. I don't have to. They're responsible for it, but as a courtesy, I'd tell them it's here and leave it when you move out.
Props to you, bud. Props to you. That's another reason of how you can maintain like what you're doing right now is,
Treat people fair and explain to them what you're doing for them.
Yes.
And just say, I don't want this to be an adversarial situation. There's no reason it has to be. Here's the deal. Here's what you do for me. You pay on time and take care of the place. And here's what I do for you. I keep you well under market value.
Yeah. So it's a good business relationship, right?
Because if it sits empty for 2 months,
you're
I
not
lost
making
more than
money.
that money anyway. So I might as well just give it to them right off the bat. I hate, having to bring new people in.
Yeah. Especially when you got somebody good and,
Yeah.
Like, so obviously, there's a lot of things, Robin, that you can do. You try to pre-screen as much as you can, you try to maybe word of mouth or whatever. Like, not everything's going to be a perfect situation in that,
No.
but, there's strategies to it, to why I want to do that too, and it fits in with where I want to get in the long term. So,
Look into finding a property manager, and then that takes the pressure off of you.
Yeah, if I ever needed that, but you have to remember, like, I have 6 kids and 7 grandkids, so I'm pretty staffed up.
Give one of your daughters a job and play it forward in the family.
Yeah, I mean, it's all for that. It's a matter of getting, when I build everything where it will fit that, where they can quit what they're doing, working for other people, and we will all be working for us, right?
Yeah, family.
It takes time to build the empire. So, but yeah, I don't ever have to worry about hiring staff outside my family, unless I
worry about working for family and shit going south, and then what you're gonna do.
I mean, I can, we still got to make adjustments, I guess. But the thing that what I feel is different, that this is their business as well as it's mine. So I don't anticipate that they're going to be acting a fool. It could happen.
Don't anticipate, but you should anticipate. I'm saying, I work for family, and most of the time it never really worked.
Well, they're not working for me; they're working for themselves. It's theirs, so that should alleviate that.
Yeah. Okay. I understand where you're coming from, totally. But you should keep something in the back burner in your head, prepare for something south to go.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, because anything can happen. People can go off and turn into a drug addict at any moment, I guess, or somebody could die, and God forbid. But yeah, I mean, things have to be put in place. So of course that would be the financial strength of the company, being able to withstand losing somebody or having to, or I gotta, whatever, that's all reality. But it's not, the fear of it all should not deter me from creating it.
Fear will stop you from anything. You just got to weigh it out. Is this likely to happen? How often is it likely to happen? And
I quit my job to start a restaurant.
Well, restaurants are very. I was in restaurants for a lot of years. They're very risky, and it's hard work. People don't realize how hard of a work a restaurant really is.
You're working 12-hour days, and if you want to do it, you have to be there every day.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
But I can sit and find a reason not to do everything, and I used to do that. No, really. Yeah. You can find yourself a reason not to do anything. You just got to decide one day, I'm going to do it. I'm tired of sitting around and thinking of reasons not to.
I was scared shitless when I took over this restaurant.
You also have that friend like, oh yeah, but they're the shooter of the holes in your ideas. Mm-hmm. Like, no matter what you say, well, yeah, but the world could catch on fire, and then there's that, and so people can say that all day long, and stuff's
it might not.
But personally, like, I would rather fail trying than not to have never tried.
Yeah, I've had some colossal failures.
Never a better feeling than when you do something like that and you fucking make it.
That's a risk I'm willing to take, for my family and their future.
I have 100% support for you, Shannon. If you want to do something like that, do it. I guess I can't because I did the same thing. So if you want to do something like that,
Yeah,
fuck
Robin,
you.
you guys stepped way out of the box, and look at like you're kicking butt, and
Mhm.
congrats on that. That was a huge, like, I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see it coming either.
You guys are doing great.
Yeah, next spot is we're probably taking over a hotel next. So
Go get it, man.
yeah,
And
exactly.
DIY, you did the same thing too, right? I remember you were talking about getting out of your comfort zone, and it's benefited your company. He's not
I'm texting.
paying attention. Okay.
Were you talking to me? Sorry.
Yeah, I was talking to you.
Oh, what did you say?
I said even you were in a place in your business where you took a chance on yourself and stepped out of your comfort zone, and it benefited your company.
I've yet to find my way back into that comfort zone.
So I think you're beyond it now,
Oh, I'm in deep.
You're in deep. Yeah. So you're really looking for another driver, right?
Like maybe 3.
Let's get the info out here to help you out.
I got a 2015 Mac, 25 to 27,000, something like that for lease purchase or to buy outright. If somebody wants to buy that outright, it's got an APU, it's got new injectors, new turbo. That's a really mechanically great truck. I think we have somebody that's coming for the 2015 Cascadia. I think we sold that. I think I got a guy lined up for that for October. And then I just bought a 2018 Cascadia that's going to be a complete moneymaker. 475,000 miles, got an APU, auto greaser, auto oiler, factory warranty to 700,000 miles.
Man,
I'm putting 10 new tires on it early next week. I got them ordered. And
are you trying to keep that truck under your authority over there?
No, that ain't leaving the company.
And so what about the red one? Did you say that one already? The red one?
Oh, somebody drives that one.
Okay.
He was just here today. We were working.
So you got those 3 trucks you're trying to put drivers in. Lease purchase is available. Is company driver option still available?
Maybe. I mean, I don't have benefits and stuff yet. So I mean, it's 26% of gross for a company driver, but I yet to have health insurance, so that probably won't be attractive to a lot of people. But that'll come someday. Still got the company driver going. Still don't have. It's only not even been a month, so the numbers aren't solid on that yet. But
right.
Yeah, that new Cascadia is going to be a hell of an opportunity. Well, that one or the Mac is a heck of an opportunity for somebody just starting out at a very reasonable price.
Can you say what the price on that one is, the new one?
I don't have it road ready yet, but I'm guessing it's somewhere around 55.
Okay.
So I got to pay for the tires yet. I got to get a DOT inspection. I'm going to have it detailed and cleaned up.
Only problem is it's a Mac.
Oh no, this is the Cascadia.
You're talking about the Cascadia.
Oh, the Cascadia, sorry.
So does an interested party need a down payment, or what are the requirements? Is it 2 years driving experience? What are the
minimum of 2 years over the road, recent? And I tell you what, like I'm firm on that now. I made an exception not long ago, and it's taken a lot of like effort and stuff to train them in. So definitely need a driving experience. Reefer experience would help a lot. Also, it's hard to. I can't be training people on reefer with such expensive loads on the trailer. This is
Yeah, it's a lot of risk.
I had a guy with like 5 years experience and all reefer that I thought was going to get into the Cascadia, but he wants to stick out his lease purchase and just throw more money away into the dumpster. So I guess he's going to do that.
Okay. And do they need to live in a certain area? Anything like that where you need them to be from?
Well, what I really need somebody to do is Midwest to the I guess you could say Mid-Atlantic. and back. I really need somebody in that lane that's willing to do multi-stop reefer loads. The money's pretty good. I lost a guy to the oil fields that was doing it, and it's going to take 2 guys to replace him. So
Wow.
is what it is.
And so when are you looking to start somebody? If they are interested, they need to get a hold of you and
Email me. Email me.
At what is the email address?
DIYsemi@yahoo.com. It's a good opportunity. I mean, man, I'm gonna bitch for a second, right?
Go ahead. You're welcome. Take the floor.
I put these opportunities in front of people. And what do you see all over YouTube all the time? No money in trucking. I can't make any money in trucking. And then, oh, my lease purchase company's screwing me, right? $1,500 a week or whatever. And then, I'm lucky to bring home $1,000 or $1,200, or your guys, training, bringing home $400 a week or something. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. And you put an opportunity in front of somebody like this to make really good money with a payment, a monthly payment the size of what they're paying for a week where they're at. And warranty's a big deal. Got warranty, and they still won't take it. I'm like, well, then shut up. I mean, come on. Like, there's opportunities out there, man. There's opportunities where you're at with Jeff, right? And there's opportunities all over the place, and people don't take them. Now, some people don't deserve them. Like, let me say, what I'm offering is not entry level. You better know how to do a logbook. You better know how to truck. Like, I'm not putting this opportunity out there to make this good of money and have this opportunity on this kind of truck and stuff for somebody that isn't qualified for it. Like, this is not entry level. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And if you got a crappy traffic record, safety record, like, don't bother.
Yeah. Now, you don't have to be some master of everything, just be somebody that's open-minded, willing to work with somebody instead of everything being a doggone, adversarial conversation. And all I ask is go trucking, man. I'm not a hard ass on rules except for the law. You got to be legal and compliant. Like, if you want to, take extra day at home or days at home, whatever. I mean, it's your truck, but you get paid as much as you work.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
How many times you talk on the phone with somebody over the phone? You never met them.
Yeah.
But just talking to them over the phone, not this guy.
Oh, a lot. But then I've been snowballed pretty bad too, dude. I brought somebody in with 3 years during so we'll park the truck over there and unhook the trailer, and we're gonna go back to the house. And he just looked at me like I had 7 heads. Didn't know how to unhook a trailer with 3 years experience.
What?
Not even joking.
These stories I like.
How can you even get out of CDL school like that? That's my question.
I don't know. And yeah, it's a challenge. There's a lot. I have an agreement. I don't talk about anybody's experience. They don't shit talk me. I don't shit talk them. But I can talk about in generalities. But I can also say that, with the exception of one person, everybody that's ever worked here and has left, I still talk to. I consider that a win for me. Like, if you can part on good terms in this industry, everybody except for one, then I feel pretty good about that. I feel like we all did something good. Some people just want to do something else, or problems at home, financial problems.
Yeah, like, stuff happens.
Oh, I take that back. There's 2 that I don't talk to. Forgot about one. Very forgettable.
Forgot about that guy.
And in my defense, we didn't talk while he was here either. So
Robert says coupling and uncoupling is part of the driving test here.
It is here too. But anyway, the moral of the story is, I'm going to know right away, like, when we go for a road test, like, if you've driven before or what you've done. That's stupid. Like, I know from talking to you.
Yeah.
It's just not, it's not entry level. You got to know you got to be able to hit the ground running. Now, you can be a first-time owner-operator. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Like, I can teach you all of that if you can just drive the
business.
truck and get the job done.
Right.
Have you guys seen Millie?
No.
18-wheel Millie?
What?
No.
I think it's his 1-year anniversary. I think within the next couple days.
He's already doing heavy haul DIY.
He's
Like
already doing fucking heavy hauls. Props to him, bud.
he's
some people
mechanic.
are bred for that. You know, they have experience in their life, or they can just think through a problem and pay attention. Really, most of the stuff, that's all it takes. Think through the problem, pay attention, and watch out for stuff.
Yeah, watch out for everyone else.
Sense, and believe it or not, it is. Some people don't have it.
Yeah, and I haven't had a lot of time, and been in a kind of a bad mood for a couple of weeks, so I haven't done any YouTube because I don't want to do it in a bad mood.
Right.
But it's getting there.
Well, it's gonna be okay. Let me say something.
I don't want to lose the work I have because I don't have the drivers. See, that's the problem. Like most people have the drivers, but then the freight is bad. Well, I have the freight, but then like it's hard to find drivers. I'm always on that opposite end of, things. Yeah. So
so WCF Invader has a question. He says, "Can I lease on and keep my authority? If I could, I'd definitely help you out for a bit."
That would be illegal. Sorry to say.
Oh yeah, because your company name has to be on the side of the truck.
Yeah. Sorry to say. And I couldn't have you home as much as you need to be home. That's that's a challenge too. But I don't know. There's plenty of people out there that are just nomads and kind of live in the truck like you. It's a perfect opportunity for somebody like that. Make a ton of money.
Heads up to nomads. Yeah.
There you go.
I do like the fact that I kind of got that freedom going on. Like I can almost do whatever. Yeah. But like I'd love to help you out too, but I can't because I can't.
You got a job.
I can't have your name on the side of the truck is where it's at. Like, if it wasn't for that, like I'd totally run right over there and help you out. Not a problem. I wish there was a loophole for stuff like that, because I've heard about a lot of opportunities that, other small fleets have where they need some help. And
see, that's where
it would be great if I could just come over and pop over and help you when you need it, or go help them, like kind of do that. I would love that.
Yeah. And some of my opportunities have come from working with other small carriers. The difference is they have a brokerage and they have the permission from their customer to broker out that freight. I can't do that.
Right. In this situation.
It's got to go on my truck.
Right. Yeah, man. I could be freelance Shan and just be like, you can call me in an emergency and I'll be like your extra secret weapon in your pocket if you need it.
There you go.
WCF Invader says for a season I could. What if I bought a second truck? Then would it be legal?
Well, yeah, just put that one under me. But then, you're incurring all that cost, unless you have a driver or whatever. Hire a driver.
I wonder if you could make that profitable.
I believe you could.
You think so?
Yeah, if he does it right.
The post trip is in the house. Welcome. I know he came in earlier. He says, been there. All we can offer is opportunity. Whatever is done with that is on the individual. Yeah, man.
But like it's a balancing act. I have to try to hold things together, make the driver happy, and it's a big concern to keep the customer happy. So it's all a balancing act. It's tough.
And then trying to find somebody that has to have 2 years, right? So there's probably a whole pool of people that have less than enough experience. But then when you have to have a certain 2 years OTR experience, and finding those drivers that have that are suitable, right? That's where it kind of gets gets hard because them people have jobs, right? Or them people have something that they're working on.
And the guy with 20 some years experience, and a clean record doesn't need me. Yeah. But
yeah, so
it is, people come along. They're right.
Yeah, we just got to get it out there too, right?
Yeah, and I haven't done that yet
Maybe
on
we
my
need
channel.
to spread it out a little bit more or bring some more awareness to it. My expenses are low. If I parked this truck and used a different one, I think I could make it work. Very concerned about Q1. Is it what
Oh, I
Q1?
got you.
Q1?
Yeah, Q1's going to suck. That's why, you know, a lot of people should really consider smaller companies that are just spot market. I really think should consider giving up their authority and lease onto a carrier. I believe this winter is going to be really, really tough.
Because volumes are going to be low.
Well, trucking, we might have a slight uptick in freight right now, but the economy continues to deteriorate.
Yeah, exactly.
The underlying economy just continues to get worse, and that's gonna find its way, to come home to roost.
Yeah, no shit.
WCF Invader is going to email you later, DIY.
Oh,
So
okay.
you guys can get into some more discussion.
You want to shout out your email again?
Oh, he's got it. He emails me all the time.
Yeah, he knows it. All right, guys. Well, I want to thank you for coming in. We're at 5 hours. OMG. And, I was just trying to keep everybody warm until Snorlord came on. So it turned into 5 hours. But I thank you for coming in and joining me. That was super awesome. And for keeping me busy for a while while I wait for the phone call that still has not come from the shop yet. So I'm going to get off here and I'm going to go yank their chain and see what has transpired.
Yeah, go put some X-Locks. Bring them some coffee with some X-Locks, and then that'll fucking straighten them right out.
Yeah.
Your truck won't get fixed any faster, but they'll remember you.
Well, I
don't fuck with this bitch. He'll fuck you up.
I've dealt with these people before and recommended them to me, so I don't think they're though. I don't. There's so much protocol, and sometimes where they're supposed to call Navistar, and then nobody at Navistar is giving a damn about the new business case because they're working on 10 other ones. Like, God knows what's happening with this whole freaking red tape situation. So, but regardless, I got to get back onto it. And I've been on here long enough, and I appreciate you guys. I hope this got some people down the road today. And, that's going to be it, because 5 hours is a good long one. And Snorlord never did go live. So.
He's waiting for you to turn this off.
Well, no, I had asked him before. I said, hey, so as soon as if you get done with your BS and then you go live, I said, I'll shut it down. Not a problem. I said, but I'm sitting here bored, so I got to occupy myself. So I was going to see what's, warm everybody up. But yeah, if you're interested in DIY's opportunity, he's got a couple over there. So email him at diysemi@yahoo.com, please, if you are interested or have any questions on how you might be able to work it out for yourself. Or if you have any friends, maybe have him get a hold of them. And he'll be happy to talk with anybody. And Robin, have a great day in Canada up there. And God bless you guys. Thanks for hanging out. And I'm gonna end the stream. Okay. Appreciate you. That was awesome. We had a great time with Sterling for hours and DIY, which was a treat too, and Robin. And so I don't have an outro. And so I'm just going to ask y'all, if you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe and hit the bell so that you can catch when we go live again. I've been doing a lot of lives this week because, I've had some free time. So, but I'll keep you updated on the truck, and I appreciate y'all hanging out with me and all of that good stuff. Good vibes to you all. And I'm gonna leave out with, if I can pull it back up. I don't know if I can pull it back up. It was on my YouTube. I don't think I'm gonna change the intro, but I I may use them from time to time. That Sterling made. So I'm going to share this one with you because this. Does it work? It doesn't work. Oh yeah, there it is. That's how we're doing that one. Sterling made this intro. So I'm going to use it as an outro. Thank you, Sterling Wheel. Check out his channel, everybody, and DIY Semi, and I'll make you uncomfortable. There it is.
There's a better way to make.
Woo! Yeah. Have a great day, guys. I'll keep you posted. As soon as I find something out, I'll post it up. So be safe out there. Get that money. God bless you. And I love you and I appreciate you.